Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and welcome to the July 14th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and at the City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. Roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In the City Council members are myself, Mayor Betsy Nash, Vice Mayor Jennifer Wise, City Council members Drew Combs and Cecilia Taylor. City Council member Jeff Schmidt is absent. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy and City Attorney Nira Doherty and City Clerk Judy Herron. Closed session. Next is the closed session. City Clerk Herron, please call for the public comment for closed session item C1.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our closed session item C1 for conference with labor negotiators, if you are in person and have not done so already, please return a speaker card here to me at the clerk's desk. And if you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, currently have 3 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment on our closed session item C1. All right, so we have a total of 4 speakers, with our first speaker being Sakai, followed by Cesar Sanchez.
Hello, Mayor Nash, council members, staff, Judy. Just on the record, I just want to say it's a pleasure working with Judy. I am here to represent myself and my colleagues of SCIU. We're currently going through labor negotiations, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about things that we go through. Myself, I've been an employee for the last 8 years, and next month will mark 9 years, and I've been a proud employee for the city of Mello Park. Love to work for Mello Park. I used to be a Mello Park resident. Used to live over in Hollyburn. Maybe one day I'll live here again. Just want to say that during this negotiation, it's an opportunity for us as employees. We're trying to fight for fairness. We're not trying to fight for anything over the top. We just want fairness with the market, with everything that's going on. I believe like over the last 3 years, SCU employees alone, we've helped save hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions. We struggle just like everyone else, you know, gas prices, food prices, housing prices. But we're not here to complain about that. We're just here to say that we love to work for Mello Park, but we deserve fairness. And this is an opportunity for the city and the employees to come together and create that fairness. And just want to share with you my colleagues in the back, if you guys want to stand up. So these are just some of the faces of my colleagues. You know, there's many more of us. But we're here to support one another, and we hope that you guys go into closed session with, you know, heavy heart, open mind, and look at the possibilities of meeting us halfway, wherever that is, and you know. I love these guys. In my position as a IT specialist too, I get to work with all of them, including Counsel, including Justin, Judy, everybody. And so we're all in it together. And so we need you guys to be a partner with us. And so we want to continue the good work here at Mello Park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Cesar Sanchez, followed by Brandon Vaughn.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. My name is Cesar Sanchez. I'm a system water operator at the city of Menlo Park. I just want to thank you for letting me read this statement on behalf of my union brothers and sisters. Dear council members, we, the undersigned Menlo Park employees, love our jobs and the community we serve. We take great pride in implementing your vision for our city. However, we must bring your attention to two great injustices, and we respectfully demand that you use your power to take care of these issues. First, we are massively below market compensation. This creates turnover, which in turn reduces the quality of service we provide. A class and compensation study is long overdue, and we can no longer wait to receive competitive compensation. We want competitive market compensation to the 75th percentile so that we can train and retain quality staff and provide quality services your constituents expect. Second, the city of Menlo Park is relying too much on temporary and contract labor to meet the needs of our community. Many of us undersigned employees have been temporary for years, running very permanent programs and services. We respectfully demand that the council create a path to permanency for temporary employees, stop contracting out bargaining unit work, and invest in full-time positions. Gratefully, the undersigned Menlo Park SEIU employees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, Brandon Vaughn, followed by Matt Pruder.
Good evening, excuse me, Mayor Nash, honorable members of the council, our wonderful city clerk, our wonderful city manager. This is actually a new experience for me. So in the 12 years that I spent doing healthcare emergency management, one of my primary roles was preparing contingency plans for when unions like SEIU and Corona would go on strike. Now imagine having to prepare an army of 1,500 nurses to continue care when the union walks out. Fortunately, in my time, I dealt with many smaller strikes, but I never had to deal with the major nursing strike. It terrified me. That being said, it's a new experience for me. I've never been in the union. And it's taken me 2 years of working with my colleagues to actually embrace this concept of being unionized. And it's interesting seeing how the negotiations are going and how things like, well, we haven't done that before. Well, that's not what we do. Well, that's hard. That language needs to go. Just because the city hasn't done something before doesn't mean that it's not the right thing to do. And seeing things that are common sense, I'll give you an example. One of the things that I submitted for was to change the language in the contract for military leave. That language is actually incorrect. The correct terminology is Uniform Services Employment and Reemployment Act. It not only covers members of our military, it covers members of U.S. Public Health Services, the National Disaster Medical Service, and FEMA. Those are the teams that I'm on. And yet they haven't changed it. It's the law. How hard is that to make that change? Some news today, inflation cooled a little bit, 3.5. It was up around 3.9. 433, it's below inflation. Cost me $8.50 every day just to get to work to come across the Dumbarton Bridge. And those costs continue to go up. So we're asking council to please be bold. And I'll change a little bit from what Sakai said. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. We thank you for your support. Appreciate seeing you all at the special events and at the community. And I look forward to continue building emergency management and the future of safety in our community.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Matt Pruder.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Wise, council members, members of the public, city manager, and city clerk staff. Of course, Matt Pruder, I'm an associate planner. I live in Oakland, and I've been with the city for about 8 years, about the same amount of time as Sakni, Mr. Sai, who spoke earlier this evening. And I just wanted to present a slightly different perspective. I have been very busy with the work that I'm doing. I really care about our rights as workers, whatever our position, whatever our tenure in the city has been. But I also realize I don't have the ability to really speak out on my concerns. I can't get much of an opportunity because my division and my department have had a lot of challenges with the workload. And I know this has been expressed many times at several meetings, a lot of planning projects, but I do want to just emphasize that, we have people here that are fighting for us. And I think a lot of people who can't make it today, who can't speak out and bring their views, they're hoping for a solution that works for them. And I think it's important that we recognize all the great people that are here behind me, but also all the other people who are also really challenged by the economic situation, their job situation, and just all the demands of their role. And I would love to continue working here. I've enjoyed all the projects that I've worked on and all the challenges. And I know I've been at council a few meetings more recently, and I have something later tonight. I'm speaking now as just a member of staff that is individually speaking on my own behalf. But I did want to just take this opportunity to express my views and my concerns with the fate of our contract and making sure that everyone's voice is heard on our side. The labor negotiations result in something that works for us. And I can't speak to all these things because I haven't had the time to really dive into it, but I trust the people behind me are working really hard for us. And I just want to see that, we get a solution that's sustainable and something that, continues to attract the talent that we have and continue to retain the talent that we have. I've lost a few friends and colleagues that have taken lateral positions, that have not taken a promotion in another jurisdiction because of pay issues and the challenges of their role. And I think that's something that we need to think about because we will continue to see turnover issues and challenges with keeping the institutional knowledge, keeping the experience. I think it's a real threat for this city that continues to ask a lot of questions of us. So I want to leave it at that. I appreciate all the time, and I really, appreciate working for all of you and for the city and for the public. And I just wanted to express my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who spoke and all of you who came today and those who are still working at their jobs and couldn't make it to the, oh, please. I'm gonna bring it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Please just approach the podium.
One moment. Good evening, council members. My name is Alyssa Allen, and I work at the Mello Children's Center at the summer program, Mello Mania. You claim you have no budget for better pay, yet the city boasts an average home value above $3 million. A common complaint in the Children's Center is that neighboring cities start their hourly pay at $30, while we start at $20. You claim that it's better for the city for our positions to remain temporary, but it only encourages us to treat this job as temporary. At will works both ways. And another complaint is how MCC ends up as a training facility for childcare providers instead of an institution where generational knowledge is spread. Other cities understand the value we provide and actively seek to ensure we remain. I am actively applying to Mountain View Wisman because of the increase in pay and access to benefits that Menlo Park simply refuses to offer. You claim that you want the best talent. There is no other solution. We require pay that keeps up with the economic situation. We require benefits that take our minds off of things. We want to be there. I speak for many of my colleagues at MCC when I say we want to be there for these children. We enjoy what we do. We enjoy working with these children. We're happy to show up 15 minutes, 20 minutes late with watercolor stains on our fingers, if it means that we take care of the children and not only see that they are happy, but healthy and given the best advantages they can for their futures. But in turn, we need to be able to set down our burdens, our worries about where is rent money going to come from? Am I going to have to choose between a necessary medication or getting groceries? What am I going to do about an upcoming doctor's appointment? Who am I going to get for my health insurance? Currently, I'm on Medi-Cal because I have no other option, because the city does not see that as a worthwhile investment. As long as the teachers are not given the resources they need, the idea of us being the best that we can, being the best providers that you can seek out, is going to be that, just an idea. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other speakers in the room or online? Okay, with that, I will return it to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who came today. We are listening. We are hearing you. We do appreciate you. So our next we have closed session. So the city council will now adjourn to the closed session and intends to reconvene at approximately 6:30. Thank you.
Hey Judy, just testing if you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Nira. Thank you.
Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and we are reconvening the special and regular July 14th City Council meeting. City Clerk Karen, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. And again, echoing a welcome to our special and regular July 14th City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on any agenda item this evening, if you are in person, we ask that you return a speaker card here to the clerk's desk. Virtual, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, you'll engage a hand feature. And if you're calling in, you'll press *9 at that time. I would also like to announce that we are currently recruiting for a vacancy on the Parks and Recreation Commission. For more information on that recruitment, please reach out to the city clerk's office or visit menlopark.gov/commissions. Recruitment will be running through Friday, July 31st. That concludes my introduction. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce City Attorney Doherty for a report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. There's no reportable action.
Thank you. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda. To ensure staff is available and prepared, will the City Council have any questions or comments on consent calendar or informational items? All right, City Clerk Karen, how many speaker cards have you received for the study session, public hearings, regular business, and informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. At this time, I've received no cards.
Thank you. I would now like to open public comment on item M3, update on housing element, regional housing needs allocation, capacity and progress, and tentative project schedule for development on parking plazas 1, 2, and 3, to be heard after item G, general public comment, and again during item M, informational items. Does the City Council desire to modify the order of any agenda items? All right. I would like to recognize Menlo Park Fire District Chief Lorenzen, who is welcome. Public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore, the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Karen, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item that is not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on items not on tonight's agenda. Okay, so our first speaker will be Brian Schmidt.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt from Menlo Park. And I just wanted to mention that last week, the Burlingame City Council held a study session to discuss reach codes. And there was unanimous support for instituting reach codes. They tried to figure out what is the strongest reach code they could do. Discussion of Menlo Park's reach code came up in that context. And what they chose was for the flex path, which Menlo Park has, is that they would use Menlo Park's trigger for when the flex path was required. The trigger being $100,000 means you have to pick some elements from the flex path menu. They felt that was the best currently existing from all the different flex paths that are on offer from other cities. They did not use the two options that Menlo Park used. They actually asked why Menlo Park chose that. In public comment, I mentioned that Menlo Park was under a severe time constraint at that time and had to move quickly. This was the easiest way for Menlo Park to move forward. Since then, a number of other cities like San Mateo and East Palo Alto have had actually a more restrictive or make more requirements under the flex path system. And they've also included non-residential air conditioning to heat pump requirements, all of which is what Burlingame is recommended to staff to come back to them. I think it's great. At one point last year, Menlo Park had the best reach codes in the state, maybe the country. Since then, it's great that it's moved on and there's better, and there are opportunities for Menlo Park to get back and get in there with everyone else. Wanted to pass that along. Thank you. And while I'm here, by the way, I'll just mention, I just recently got an e-bike, and they are as nice as everyone says they are. So it's a nice way to get here. A little bit slower than driving, but a nice way to get around. So highly recommended. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no more cards or hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. City Clerk Karen, I actually have a question. That's, are we going to open up for the informational item? Anyone who wants to make public comment at this time?
Yes.
Or I think I sort of glided past it earlier.
Oh, yeah. What was recommended is that we open up public comment for M3 related to the parking lots now, following our general public comment, and then again at informational items.
Got it. Thank you.
Of course.
All right. So I would now like to open public comment on M3, update on housing element, regional housing needs, allocation, capacity, and progress, and tentative project schedule for development on parking plazas 1, 2, and 3 to be heard after item G. After item G, general public comment, and again during item M, informational items. Okay, so we will open right now for that public comment if anyone wants to make public comment on item G.
Okay.
I'm sorry, item M3, update on housing element, regional housing needs, allocation, capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to take this opportunity to provide comment early on in the meeting for item M3, which is related to the housing element, regional housing needs allocation for development on parking plazas 1, 2, and 3. If you are in person, you can return that speaker card. Virtual engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, so this will be the final call for public comment at this early comment period for item M3. Okay, seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, we may continue.
Thank you. We now have presentations and proclamations. We have 2 proclamations and 3 presentations this evening. And the City Council and I will be moving down to the floor for the proclamations. So tonight, the first proclamation is H1, Parks and Recreation Month. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item H1.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our first proclamation recognizing Parks and Rec Month, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This is the final call for public comment on our first proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. In July 2026, Park and Recreation Month highlights the power of parks and recreation and the people who make it all possible. Parks and recreation bring us together, strengthens our health and well-being, and builds more resilient, connected communities. We would like to introduce Parks and Rec Commission Vice Chair Justin Van Buren to accept the proclamation. Our final proclamation tonight is H2, SamTrans 50th Anniversary. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item H2.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on Proclamation H2 for SamTrans 50th Anniversary, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our second proclamation, H2. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
With this proclamation, we recognize and celebrate the 50th anniversary of SamTrans, which operates 74 bus routes serving more than 10 million riders annually, and their mission of revolutionizing mobility and creating a more equitable and sustainable region. We would like to invite SamTrans Government and Community Affairs Officer Charles C. Chang to accept the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the community. On behalf of the SamTrans Board of Directors, General Manager, CEO April Chan, and our dedicated employees, thank you for this proclamation recognizing SamTrans' 50th anniversary. We are truly honored to accept this recognition. For the past 50 years, SamTrans has proudly connected people throughout Menlo Park and San Mateo County to the places that matter most: work, school, healthcare, shopping, recreation, and home. Public transportation is more than a ride. It creates opportunity, supports our local economy, and helps build stronger, more connected communities. Menlo Park is a city known for innovation, vibrant neighborhoods, outstanding schools, and world-renowned employers. We're proud that SamTrans helps connect residents, students, workers, and visitors to all of these destinations every day. Our partnership with the city has helped make public transportation an important part of the community's transportation network, and we're grateful for your continued support. As we celebrate our history, we're also looking to the future. SamTrans remains committed to providing safe, reliable, accessible, and sustainable transportation that meets the evolving needs of Menlo Park and communities across San Mateo County for the next 50 years and beyond. On Saturday, September 26th, from 1 to 5 p.m., we'll be hosting a huge community celebration at our new Millbrae headquarters, and we hope to see you all there. Thank you again for this thoughtful proclamation and for being such a valued partner, and we're honored to celebrate this milestone with the City of Menlo Park.
Our first presentation for this evening is H4, Annual Complete Streets Commission Work Plan Report Out. Here to make the presentation is Commissioner Athena Erikomos.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to report out on all of the work that we've done this year, which has been very exciting and very productive. Let me try. Okay, takes a second. So we'll go through the work. We'll go over the work plan and some highlights for some exciting projects that we got to work on this year. The 2025-2026 work plan included, sorry, my notes here. Advising the City Council on the transportation master plan implementation and on different transportation policies and programs, providing input and recommendations to the City Council on city's major land use and development projects. This was a pilot project, which came before the City Council last year that would allow the Complete Streets Commission to give input on major projects which met certain requirements. And we'll talk about an example that we went through at some point this year. And also to support the climate action plan and support downtown businesses and vibrance. So the first set of projects that I'll talk about are the pilot projects that we were able to advise on, including the Nealon Park frontage parking and Blake Street temporary closure, which will come before you guys tonight. So the Nealon Park frontage parking was an issue that the community had a lot of thoughts on, and we were able to sort through all of the surveys and look at the relative advantages of implementing different types of parking. And the Blake Street closure, we were able to recommend that street remained closed. The Coleman traffic calming measures were also, and the bike lane will be coming to our commission for feedback sometime this summer. That project started last year and has been running for the whole year. So it's an exciting time to be looking at those bike lanes as they pertain to the safe routes to school safety. The next project that I'll mention is the development review. So this is the pilot program. We had intended to look at 2 different developments over the course of this year as part of the pilot, but only one development, I believe, qualified according to what was set out by City Council. But we were able to encourage the developer to include more bike facilities and pedestrian facilities, and also improve public transit access, ensure that there is accessibility to transit access as well. So the one other thing that we were looking at was representing the city's interests in having regional initiatives. For example, the Grand Boulevard Initiative, which is the El Camino developments, and Reimagine Dumbarton and the Active 101 and 101 Corridor Connect, which we'll also be hearing about tonight. Both of these had access to the Bellhaven neighborhood, and so improving transit and bike pedestrian access to those areas are really key and priorities for our commission. So this last slide, I believe, is the Slow Streets program. So this is something that city staff has put a lot of work into recently, and has a lot of interest from the community on how they can report on any like infrastructure improvements that they would like. So we were able to give feedback on the kind of quantitative formula that the city staff had proposed. And I think this was adopted by the City Council, and we were able to, so hopefully that'll be in use as well. This here is a list of our ad hoc subcommittees. Included here are first of all, the e-bike policies and guidelines. E-bikes have been increasing in popularity recently, and particularly among the youth as they get to travel to high school on their e-bikes and things like that. So encouraging safe policies for how they'll be used. Safe routes to school, safe routes to everywhere, community outreach, encouraging people to use alternative modes of transit. The El Camino Real Complete Streets plan. So this is a proposal for a bike lane quick build on El Camino Real, which was unanimously supported by the commission, but would require a quick build. And also we have on there the bike rack inventory, which also closed with a proposal for several locations around the city, which would benefit from increased bike racks, some of which the city has in storage and would be easy to install. And the Climate Action Plan Commission subcommittee is working with the EQC to develop different ways of looking at VMT as well. So thank you. I'll take any questions right now?
Thank you. I think what we'll do right now is go to public comment. City Clerk Karen, could you please call for public comment on item H4?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our presentation for the annual Complete Streets Commission Work Plan Report Out, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. And this is the final call for public comment on our Complete Streets Commission Annual Work Plan Report Out. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the dais? All right. Thank you so much for all the work that the commission is doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Our second presentation tonight is H4, the SMCTA 101 Corridor Connect Program. Here to make the presentation is SMCTA Manager of Planning and Fund Management, Sue Ellen Atkinson.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. Sue Ellen Atkinson, Manager of Planning and Fund Management at the San Mateo County Transportation Authority. And I appreciate the Complete Streets Commission tee-up for the item that we're here to discuss tonight, which is an update on our 101 Corridor Connect program. So for those of you who are less familiar, or as a refresh on who the San Mateo County Transportation Authority is, we are the agency that plans, funds, and delivers major projects throughout the county in managing the voter-approved local sales tax measures collected for transportation within San Mateo County, which are Measure A and Measure W. And we do that through a number of different competitive grant programs, through formulaic funds distributed to our local cities, and then through technical assistance work that we do with our cities in a variety of different programs, including local roads and streets, grade separation, transit, pedestrian and bike program, and our transportation demand management program. So for tonight, we are really happy to be here with an update on our 101 Corridor Connect program. We've been here before throughout the process of developing our planning efforts, and now that we've wrapped those up, and I'll touch briefly on status for all of those plans, we wanted to just reconnect and talk about the next steps for this program. But generally, 101 Corridor Connect, as a refresh, is a collaborative program that is intended to identify and prioritize congestion management projects along US 101 throughout San Mateo County. We know that congestion means different things to different people. And so we really want to work across the county to understand what's important in each community and make sure that the plans that were being developed reflect those unique priorities. We worked on this program with a number of different partners, including Caltrans, your local city staff, and others. And one other additional item is that these plans that have been developed, now that they're adopted, make us eligible for additional funding, like the Solutions for Congested Corridors program through the state. So it really gives us an opportunity to both prioritize the programs that we want to be working on in the county, and also to qualify for additional funding for transportation projects that tend to be quite expensive. The program is guided by 4 very simple goals, which is to develop a safe, connected, sustainable, and inclusive transportation network along and across US 101 within San Mateo County. So all of the planning initiatives that were conducted under this program aligned with those 4 goals. And I just want to give a little bit of a shout out. Throughout this program, we worked with a lot of city staff throughout the county, including your local staff here, through our working groups that we had developed for all of our planning initiatives. So much appreciation to your local staff for their assistance. So the first initiative under 101 Corridor Connect was the multimodal strategies, which we were here on within the last year. And multimodal strategies are planning documents to identify and prioritize projects in the county. And that's looking at all ways of traveling around within the US 101 corridor, so about a mile around the corridor. And What we did was started with adopted improvements from your local plans. We weren't reinventing the wheel or coming up with new projects. We really wanted to look at what the local jurisdictions had identified and how we could help them move those forward. In developing the multimodal strategies, we broke this into 3 segments for North County, Mid County, and South County. And as mentioned, we were very appreciative to work with your local staff, as well as visiting yourselves and the Complete Streets Commission as part of developing the South County multimodal strategy. We undertook extensive community engagement for all 3 of the multimodal strategies, including developing project web pages, providing multilingual documents for all of the strategies, doing online and in-person engagement to try to meet people where they were, working with community-based organizations throughout the county, and then leveraging our high-volume bus stops throughout the county with information about the project. Overall, we received about 6,000 votes from community members about how to improve transportation within the county, and that helped us understand what was important to them. And through about 575 interactions at those pop-ups, we talked to a lot of people, over 12 pop-ups throughout the county. We heard from thousands of people about what they would like to see improved in terms of transportation, and that in turn helped us to prioritize those projects within the multimodal strategy. These are very small maps. I'm not expecting you to be able to see them, but for each of those 3 multimodal strategies, we identified a top 20 priority projects from each area of the county. So South County is the one all the way on the right. And this helps us to identify what comes next in terms of implementation for projects, identifying funding strategies, and how SMCTA can help our project partners start to move these projects forward. The second initiative under the 101 Corridor Connect program was the Active 101 Plan, or US 101 San Mateo County Crossings Improvement Plan. And this really focused in solely on walking, biking, and rolling along and across the US 101 corridor. So with this plan, we were focused on those improvements that were really intended for active transportation, sidewalks, pedestrian overcrossings for larger projects, curb extensions if we were looking at smaller projects. But again, these were all projects that were locally identified in adopted plans and helped us to identify which projects we could help to move forward. We did a separate community engagement effort for this plan as well. So we were out at additional pop-up events, doing additional presentations to stakeholders, including yourselves. And we also had an online activity available as well so that people could meet us in person or online. And we used all of that information together with data analysis to develop a network throughout the county that's comprised of those planned projects from adopted local plans. You'll notice that this line is not straight throughout the county, and it's not intended to be. That really helps us to understand what people who are living and working on either side of the US 101 corridor, what improvements they need in order to make their transportation options for active transportation more accessible and more safe. So we're going back and forth across the US 101 corridor in order to help with those crossings and the transportation along the freeway as well. And this network really serves as a blueprint as well for what we'll be working on advancing in the future and how SMCTA can help, again, our city partners with starting to implement projects. So now with all 3 of our multimodal strategies and our Active 101 plan all adopted, we wanted to report back on what the progress is, what we found, et cetera, and next steps for the program. So in terms of priority projects coming out of multimodal strategies and Active 101 for Menlo Park, I just wanted to do a quick snapshot. So we had 2 projects come out as priorities from the multimodal strategy for South County, and then 3 projects identified as part of that priority network for Active 101. So all 5 of these projects are now priority projects under the 101 Corridor Connect program, and those are projects that SMCTA is largely focused on to help the city start to move forward. And the first There we go. The first way that we're starting to help move those programs forward is a new multi-year effort called our mini grant program. We had additional interest earnings that were available, and so the SMCTA board approved our using $4 million for essentially a kickstart grant program to start moving some of those priority projects forward. A number of them are just lines on the map right now, and that gives the opportunity to do the early planning work to start moving them into a vision. So the mini grant program, it's called mini grant, but we're making up to $750,000 available per project, or up to $1 million available for multi-jurisdictional projects. It's intended to provide funding again for that early stage of design, so conceptual design, developing alternatives to get community feedback on what they prefer, et cetera. There's no local match required for this program, and city staff throughout the county have been really happy that it's a streamlined application. It's just a letter of interest. So that is currently open now. We are coming to you late in this process, though I apologize that we weren't able to be here earlier. Applications are due tomorrow. So we've been communicating out to city staff since this opportunity opened in early June. And we intend to make funding decisions for the various projects along the corridor by next month. This will not be the only opportunity for funding from our programs, though. So key actions apply to the mini grant program if the city intends to do so. If selected, a site walk with SMCTA with one of our board members, plus ideally a city council member and perhaps one of your commission members would be required. And one additional item that we just wanted to note is that we've made a community-based organization bench for engagement available to the county as a whole. We just launched this, and what we're doing is we're funding CBO engagement for transportation projects with our funds. And so if you have an active project that CBO engagement may be helpful or maybe would help to improve the engagement opportunities for the project, please feel free to reach out. And we have funds available for that ranging from $5,000 up to $20,000 per project, and a number of CBOs that are on task and ready to help out. And then also, in addition, for other funding opportunities with SMCTA, we will be launching our Cycle 8 pedestrian and bike program and Cycle 4 transportation demand management program later in August. So city staff will see that come out as well. And that concludes the presentation that I have for you tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First, I think we'll go to public comment. City Clerk Karen, could you please call for public comment on item H4?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item H4, the SMCTA or SamTrans 101 Corridor Connect program, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage a hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, so we currently have 3 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on item H4. Okay, our first speaker will be Katie, followed by Kevin Rennie.
Hi, Council. This is Katie Baruzzi, frequent commenter, planning commissioner speaking for myself. I think I've raised Marsh to you before, but it is one of the most treacherous corridors in our community right now from a multimodal perspective. So I was really happy to see this hit the priorities list. I think I've filled out like every survey and mentioned Marsh for years now. And it's a multi-jurisdictional challenge. I think that it hits Atherton, unincorporated county, Redwood City, and Menlo Park. And I'm disappointed, I guess, to hear that we only have until tomorrow to come up with a grant application. And it's hard for me to imagine that our city could pull something together that fast, but I believe in miracles and I wish that we could. So, and if we can't hit that this round, I really hope that council will consider prioritizing this, especially considering all the development that's happened in D1 and is likely to happen in D2 on either side of the Marsh interchange within the next decade. So please encourage staff to look into this grant opportunity, albeit at the last minute. And please keep Marsh on your radar as an area where we should be making safety investments. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Kevin Rennie, followed by Pam D. Jones.
Hi, it's Kevin Rennie from the Willows neighborhood, speaking today as a private citizen. Thank you for the presentation. Full support of kind of mitigating the traffic around 101. What I would like to see, in addition to what Kitty Bruzy said, is Ravenswood, which is barely in part of Menlo Park, but mostly in unincorporated Menlo Park. But it's a connector through Van Buren, which is a bike and pedestrian overcrossing of 101. This Ravenswood, or I'm sorry, Ringwood and Ravenswood, but sorry, Ringwood was highlighted more than 20 years ago. There's a study been done by the county, the BPAC, which is the Bike Pedestrian Safety for Unincorporated San Mateo County, strongly approved it. And we are looking for some type of update. The county has not replied. We reached out to many people, even yourself, Sue Ellen, and we cannot get an update, and would like an update, and also for the city to push hard to get this done. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, next up is Pam D. Jones.
Thank you. Pam Jones, resident of the Bellhaven neighborhood in Menlo Park. I do sit on various boards and work with various organizations. I am speaking for myself. This program, the Dumbarton Corridor, looks like it will maybe solve a lot of problems. I did note that the railway from Redwood City to the Dumbarton Bridge may be activated. And I know that's an area that community members have always wondered why we don't have that as a mode of transportation to get out of the Bellhaven neighborhood over to Redwood City. We don't have any problem getting to the bridge. The other thing is Marsh Road should be a high priority given the number of apartments that are close to Marsh Road, and because it's in the Redwood City School District, which means, not all children may have a ride to school. It may be possible they have to negotiate the overpass. I hope not. But it would be ideal if that was overpass was bike and pedestrian friendly. And the last thing I have is a concern that this project will trigger requirements to have housing along the corridor there. And I would request that there be some stipulation in there that there be no more housing added to the bayfront area. It still has places that need to be built out. Once that is done, since we can't change that, can't go back and change the past with Connect to Menlo, but once that's done, we need to stop with the development in that area, especially since it is in a floods area. And we know that with sea level rise, it brings groundwater rise. It's a lot of different dynamics there. And there's also a few toxic dump sites over in the area. So really would like to see wordage included that will protect that area from additional housing units. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing no further hands or cards, Mary, you may continue.
Thank you. So do we have any questions or comments from the dais? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thank you for the presentation. Great information, and happy to see the amount of folks who actually helped to build this out. Just wanted to find out, and I'm sure that this wasn't intentional with timing, but is it possible, considering that we have another agenda item that is the not the 101, the Willow Road pedestrian and bicycle safety improvements. And one of the discussions is funding. If it would be possible for the city to have an extension on the application due date.
Understood. And just to clarify timing, the notification about this grant program was released the first week of June and sent to all of the cities, including city staff. So this is not the first time that staff are hearing about it. It's been discussed for a number of weeks and prior as well. In terms of the Willow Road project, I believe that it is beyond conceptual design right now. These funds are intended for those early stages of design. Luckily, Willow Road has already progressed past that, but unfortunately that means that this grant program would not be a source of funding for that project.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation and for all the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks. So our final presentation tonight is H5, Update from Caltrain. Here to make the presentation is Caltrain's Chief of Staff, Casey Fromson, and I believe we will get some brief remarks ahead of that from Michelle Bouchard, Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Nash. Council members, really appreciate the opportunity to come speak to the council about this topic today. It's great to be part of what seems to be a large bit of presentation about transportation and transit, which is so critical to how we move on the peninsula. Some of the things I would just like to emphasize, and my heaviest lift is to introduce Casey, who will give this presentation. One of the reasons why this is a timely presentation today is because Caltrain sees itself at an important inflection point. We launched electrification a year and a half ago, and it has been such a fantastic success, both in terms of ridership growth. We are officially the fastest growing transit agency in the United States as a result of realizing all of the benefits from electrification. And those benefits are a multitude. It's cleaner air, it's reduction in noise pollution, it is shorter trips because of the enhanced ability to start and stop quicker. And what that means is it's time back to your lives. It's time back to our customers' lives. I think what's also critical is that we were able to double service for incremental small increase in operating costs. So what that means is you can go out to Menlo Park Station today, 7 days a week in either direction. Every 30 minutes, a train will be prepared to take you anywhere you want to go on the peninsula, whether north or south. And that really has been such a game changer for us. And these are all of the reasons why it's really driving ridership return. And we're also hearing from the communities in which we operate, because you are also important constituents to the service, that we want to make sure that we are conveying the most current information, which these days is about our financial situation, which, notwithstanding the explosive growth in ridership, we'll talk to you a little bit about the ongoing impacts that frankly, the reduced commute as a result of continued work from home, which is just how people live, and how that is really, it's an opportunity for us to force a new view on how we view Caltrain. We're not a commuter rail anymore. We are the region's regional railroad, and we want to make sure that we're diversifying the number of trips and the types of trips that we're offering. And Casey will talk to you a little bit about that. But I just think it's important. We presented this or something like this to our board in the last couple of months, and just wanted to make you all aware of both the good and the challenging times that confront us. So really appreciate your listening. Casey, if I could hand it over to you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us here today. We have quite a few slides, but I'm just going to zip through them. They're there for your perusal and will be available for any questions. I think that Menlo Park, right in the middle of our line, hopefully. Oh, okay. Be a little slower. Menlo Park's right in the middle of our line, and we know that we have such a good partnership with you. So we won't go through the history on that, but I'll point out those last two stats there, that we know Caltrain has a really good brand, and it's not just with the people that ride it, which we joke is up there with babies and libraries level of support for it, but even the people that aren't riding it, we really respect that we've earned that trust over the years, and we want to keep it. And Caltrain is part of people's everyday lives. Each month we carry millions of people to work, school, different events. And it's not just about your daily life. We fit into the regional network, especially when we cover 77 miles. Every day we are carrying the equivalent of 3 lanes of highway traffic on the train. So we like to remind people, even if you are not a daily rider, you are glad other people are, so that your traffic experience is not as great as that. We know we're part of the economy, and that the clean air that Michelle mentioned, is a big benefit for everyone that lives around this system, especially when we've designed a system that is 100% renewable energy based. Just a little bit about the local economy and our part of that we know that property values are higher near stations, and we contribute to the local tax base throughout the corridor. So this is a relationship that isn't just about the people that are on the corridor, but it's that ecosystem that we help create and then works for both sides of us. We love seeing new coffee shops pop up by our stations and new businesses there, and that relationship we foster with each other. There are a lot of different projects that are happening up and down the corridor. I know you received presentations about the work we're doing with capital projects in Menlo Park, and you have an item on the consent agenda later today. So I won't go through all of these items because we have plenty of slides to talk about some of the other items, but I did want to call out one item that we're really focused on because safety is one of our core values and part of our mission. We are always looking to see how can we innovate what we do and do it as cost effectively as we can. So the picture on the right-hand side here shows what we've done using technology, working with a local city and technology providers to enhance the safety at a crossing. At this location, we saw that 3 cars a week were turning onto the tracks. Once we installed about several $100,000 worth of equipment, and it's really not large equipment, it's solar markers, delineators, things like that, working on the timing. We've seen 0 cars turn onto the tracks for over 1.5 years in this location. And so that is just something that shows that when we continue to innovate and make sure we're looking for cost-effective solutions, we can make a really big difference in safety along the corridor. And we are planning to roll out these type of improvements at every single crossing along the corridor. Michelle talked about it. I won't go into the details, but the system is faster, more frequent. It's a better experience. And we now have an on-time performance of over 95% each and every day. So this is a system that you can count on to get you to where you need to go. And the numbers are bearing this out. You don't just have to hear us talk about it. As Michelle said, we are the fastest growing transit system in the nation, and we are having a more diverse ridership because we have a system that now works every half an hour in the midday on the weekend. You can use it for a variety of activities, and we're seeing that by the type of people that are riding it and to the different events and activities that they're taking it to. And then by each city, you can see the difference. Menlo Park is no exception to that. We're seeing a 75% increase in ridership since we've electrified. And then certainly this is our slide just to say we always welcome partnerships with our cities. We actually have done a destination Menlo Park already on our website, and we want to continue to promote what is happening in your city because riding a train in itself is pretty cool, but people are really taking it to places. And we want to make sure that we're thinking about how do we promote what is happening in Menlo Park and the activities that you're fostering in your community and just having this as a way for people to get there. So we're very much open to partnerships on what that looks like to help promote your activities, to have that collaboration, see what makes the most sense, and to have Caltrain be a source for people to get there. So on to kind of the meat of the presentation. As Michelle mentioned, we have had a pretty dramatic change in our kind of lifespan over the last couple years. Caltrain's been around for 160 years, but at no point did you see the type of drop that we saw for ridership here. And so that was right in March of 2020. And you can see we're very proud of where we've been growing, but it's not as high as what it used to be. And that's important for us because Caltrain's financial model was largely based on fares from revenue. So you could see in FY19, over 70% of our budget was covered from fares. That was unheard of in the nation for a transit system to have that level of support self-generated. Now we're at about 30%, which is still the highest in the nation, but certainly not the level that we had before. And you can see for the dollar amounts what that difference is, going from having $100 million to about $43 million a year coming in through fares. And really, that is what's driving Caltrain's roughly $75 million annual operating deficit. The commute patterns have changed. Most businesses are not requiring employees to come in 5 days a week. And that's who used to ride Caltrain. We used to see the vast majority of the people riding it 5 days a week. That's why we're excited to see people riding it at different times, but that's still where the majority of our riders come from. And so while our ridership and revenue has been increasing, it is not as much as it used to be. We are faced with inflation like everyone else, and we have a system that has a lot of fixed costs. We have 51 miles of new electrical infrastructure that we need to run and maintain and make sure it's at the safest levels, whether or not we run 5 trains or 50 trains. Same thing with our tracks, and those are things that we consider fixed costs that aren't able to adjust with the surface levels, and we need to make sure that we have the resources to run those and make sure it's a safe system. So again, I talked about the annual operating deficit that we're facing. And we know the first place that we need to look is internally. How do we contain costs? So right now we have a strategic hiring freeze. We've also introduced a comprehensive cost reduction program, efficiency program. We're asking everyone in our organization to look where they can tighten their belts. We've asked all departments to take a 5% cost decrease. And then we also worked with MTC and the regional partners to demonstrate what we've saved over the last 5 years, and it's roughly $70 million. And so we have been actively thinking about how do we manage our finances. The biggest part of our budget is with the operator contract, and this year in FY27, we held it to the previous level. So when you think about inflation, that actually is a reduction in what that looks like, and that's because we're really taking seriously that we need to look first of how do we be very efficient. We also get it from crewing efficiencies, recouping costs from electricity. These trains are so efficient. We send 25% of the electricity back to the grid, and it was only recently that we started getting some monetary reimbursement for that electricity that we're pulling back into the grid. And then on the flip side of that, so in addition to tightening our belt, we're thinking, what else can we monetize? And Michelle's been a big advocate internally to think creatively. We do have assets. How do we use those and make the best monetary use of them? So it's everything from on the left side to special events. And we're so proud of how we came out and demonstrated we are a great service for World Cup, and there's more to come. And that we're a good place for advertising, fiber optic cable that we have along the corridor, and longer term ones like TOD and those real estate development opportunities. So this is something that, again, we have as a mindset that we really need to be looking in as many places as we can to control what we can in our destiny, knowing that we have some challenges ahead. And so we have been talking to the Caltrain board for well over a year, but more recently in June, the Caltrain board took an action. And this is why we're going around to communities like Menlo Park, is we want to make sure that people saw what the Caltrain board has adopted and can explain what the process is that the Caltrain board is thinking about, so we can continue to gather your feedback and your thoughts on it. And for Caltrain, it really looks like if there is additional external funding for Caltrain, we will be able to continue on the same path we have been on, providing excellent service. If we do not, we are starting to look at what does it mean to have to scale back and to present cuts to the Caltrain board. We have the funding to get through FY27, but when we get to FY28, that is the time that we'd have to look at more serious implications. And so for us, what that looks like going to the right side there is going back to hourly service. We are now at half an hour service as a minimum, and then every 15 minutes at peak stations. No weekend service, early shutdowns, no special events, and a third of our stations closing. And we know that this does not solve the problem for us because we still depend on the riders and the revenue that we get. And this creates a downward spiral. When we don't have great service, we won't have as many riders, we will have less revenue, and that makes it harder for us to fill that gap and use that as a source. And what I've just talked about in the last couple slides is in isolation of Caltrain. And we know that people don't ride just one system. They don't just stay in one place. We're all connected. And certainly there could be compounding factors if the other sister agencies that are also facing significant financial challenges don't have a path forward as well. So as Michelle said, we're at this critical inflection point. We certainly are starting to look at what does it mean if we don't have these resources? What kind of significant cuts would we have to make? We're going to do everything we can to continue to grow ridership and revenue, continue to look at cost-cutting measures, but we know that these cuts alone won't solve the deficit. And so we certainly want to make sure that we are getting feedback from communities, talking to folks about where we are, and making sure that you're asking us the tough questions so we can think about what is our path ahead, which is certainly at an important crossroads. And so with that, we're happy to ask and answer any questions.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Herron, will you please call for public comment on item H5?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item H5, a presentation from Caltrain. If you are in person, you can return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Currently have one speaker. So this will be the final call for public comment on presentation H5, update from Caltrain. All right, welcoming up Charles Chapa.
Hi, good evening, council members. Charles Chapa. I sit on the Housing Commission, but I'm representing myself tonight. I just wanted to say I am very excited to point a fact that got me excited that Menlo Park Caltrain is probably the oldest non-stop operating station that I'm aware of. I read that fact recently. And I just wanted to say that in most places where I've lived in different parts of the world, the train station is usually the center of gravity for most of the cities. In most sustainable cities, 60% of the population use public transportation. So in thinking about how we can liven up the area around the train station, perhaps most places look at El Camino, face El Camino, but we should be considering how to design where it's modeling the attention to the train station as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I'd now like to bring it up to the dais. And does anyone have comments or thoughts? Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that I'm the council member on your local government policymakers board. And so thank you so much for this great presentation. Whenever I tell constituents that I'm the one on the local government board, they get so excited. Everybody loves Caltrain, as you've said. So thank you so much for this presentation. Lots of good little tidbits to share with the community, especially the one about the 3 car lanes, now, being used by the train instead, which is fantastic. So thank you for all the work you do. It's great to hear that ridership is increasing, and hopefully it will continue to do so.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it. just wanting to better understand like sort of Caltrain's long-term plans. And so at one point, the fare box recovery was fairly high. Is the idea that that could be something that could be returned, or are you operating in a future where you think you'll always be at 30% as far as that like fare box recovery, and that's just the new world, and you need other funding sources to keep it operating at the current the current standards?
Yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately it will be very difficult for us to get back to a 75% recovery of fare box, understanding that far outstripped. I think BART locally was close to that.
Yeah.
And so we've long since understood that we need to adopt an underpinning financial model that really it is supported by a 3-day commute.
Mm-hmm.
And then it is supported by all of the other initiatives that Casey talked about. So one of the things that we're looking at now is really figuring out how we bring costs down as much as possible without stripping out customer service and customer experience, and continue to look at all of those non-fare revenue assets. So when we think about, expanding development at stations, we think that is one of our biggest opportunities. And we do have opportunities right now that are either entitled or nearly entitled. And if we can get just a little break in the economy and figure out when the right time to develop those are going to be big opportunities for us. But I think what we will have to do is what we haven't had to do before, which is really take a look at every single asset that we've got and figure out what the right comprehensive strategy to monetize those assets are. Meanwhile, try and provide the best services possible to bring more riders back to the system.
And then one final question, like what are some of the because again, being at 30% is where most of the country is at, if not lower. Like, so then what are the sort of funding models that you've seen that seem to work since? Is it just the case like where it's the state or it's the county or it's some regional authority, taxing authority that just provides those funds? Like, how is it that those costs tend to be covered by other agencies?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be clear, in most other agencies, it is some sort of taxing authority, either a sales tax or otherwise.
And that money is directly gets sort of directly sent to the transit agency, like right by law.
Correct, but it also means they're not reliant on the fare box to cover most of their operating costs.
Yeah.
And there's a measure on the ballot, isn't there, in November that would be funding regional transportation?
Yes, there will be one. We're clear as a public agency, we can't here to advocate for a measure one way or another. We can educate what our future looks like. But yes, there will be one in November that will provide additional resources.
Thank you. And I want to thank you so much for it seems like you're taking a much more regional approach now and working with the cities, and it's with the grade separations, with just the whole approach. Having sat on the Caltrain committee back in 2018-19, it's really exciting to see this new focus. So thank you so much. And I'm sure you know that we will be discussing, or in our consent item, we have a consent item on the Caltrain underpass coming up next. Yes. So we appreciate your support on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
So, thank you. All right, next we have the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items, I-1, City Council meeting minutes, I-2, an amendment to the City Council policy for public meeting accessibility, I-3, a resolution dedicating a public utility easement adjacent to 100 Terminal Avenue, I-4, a construction contract for the Belhaven Child Development Center electrification project, I-5, a resolution authorizing a second amendment to the Urban County Cooperation Agreement with the County of San Mateo for a block grant program, I-6, a resolution adopting a new city purchasing policy, and I-7, an amendment memorandum of understanding for the Middle Avenue Caltrain Crossing project. If you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, currently have 3 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items I-1 through I-7. Okay, with that, we will start with Peter Colby with a comment on I-7.
Good evening. My name is Peter Colby. I just want to remind you that some of the former city council members who served in your position have been here to speak about how the costs of the prospect of a bridge tunnel have gotten really out of affordability range, because I heard a talk months ago about just the planning to agree to get going on it was a $60 million investment in architectural and permits and all that kind of thing. But I'm just trying to remind people there was a lot of movement to get kids more interested in science and math, you know, and kind of keep up with Chinese intelligences and stuff. And you're throwing all these monies at people that are construction, steel workers, cement workers. There's a lot of money to be made in these projects, but it's very disruptive to the city. I haven't heard any mention that they're rebuilding the bridge abutments on the creek right now. If you drive a bike over the bridge, you get a clear view of all the boulders and the plowing of the dirt off the hillside into the creek, and they're trying to stabilize the railroad bridge, keep it from having to be replaced altogether. But you got to think about that bridge, and it's like the Straits of Hormuz. I mean, you can't stop the train system with a tunnel project right now because there's just too many other things they're trying to build up. What they're doing is trying to extort money from this city to support their new investments. It's all about banks. There's tons of loans going out because of this Wiener guy that's passed the law that you can stay near his train track and build the huge housing complexes that require lots of water, lots of sewers, all this, but put it right next to the new electric train because it'll be so cool. I just think you people don't take reality on a bike. Ride your bike yourself before you pay hundreds of millions to get a tunnel. I mean, I've always hoped that would happen, but they didn't get it going when they built the Stanford housing. So it's just a disappointment that people don't get out and experience, you know, the work.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, our next speaker will be Pam Jones, followed by Michael Barclay. And Pam, if you can let us know which item you are speaking on, please.
Thank you again. And yes, I will. I-2, I think that's what I wrote down here. And I-5, just quick statement. On I-2, I just would like to thank the city for providing the service and for all of the work you've been doing to enhance the services. And I want to say how much I appreciate now that the online document is translated. And I'm not sure how many people know that, but my plan is to spread that far and wide, because it is, I would imagine it is nice to read some of these high-level documents in your own language and then translate it as opposed to trying to translate it in your brain. I don't know that for sure, but it just makes sense to me. Anyway, I wanted to thank you for that. And then the other thing is on I-5, would it be possible to have a presentation, a short presentation on the block grant to remind us what the whole process is, the background? I know it's here in writing, but to have a presentation on it sometimes helps to bring clarity. And then how the funding is used, where it comes from, and how the funding is used. And not that there's a hurry to do anything like that, but it's nice to refresh memories. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and then our next speaker is Michael Barclay. And Michael, if you could let us know which item you are speaking on. Michael, you may have to engage your microphone.
Is that working now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on item I-7, the Middle Avenue Tunnel. My name is Michael Barclay. I'm a resident of District 5. I lived in Menlo Park for 32 years. I've spoken in the past about this tunnel. It would be nice if it only cost a few $1 million, like the tunnel at Homer in Palo Alto did 20 years ago. But the cost has ballooned to something the city simply cannot afford. And I can't believe you're still going ahead with this. So you're spending an additional $1 million, I believe, for Caltrain to complete the Caltrain feasibility study and to have something that's, quote, shovel ready. And what's going to happen? The $60 million you need is not going to be there in a year when this so-called design is completed. And the staff will come back to you and say, oh, figure out a way where we're going to get the money. I believe the deficit is what, $30 million? So you're just wasting staff's time, and you're wasting a lot of money. The city has large deficits that it's trying to figure out what to do. It has a huge problem in what to do with the housing in the downtown area. And there are other things that are realistic that need to be done more than this tunnel, which the city simply cannot afford anymore. So again, I'm here just to say this tunnel is just wasting your time and your staff's time. And it is not feasible that it's ever going to have the money to go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. All right. Is there any comments about the consent calendar, or can I get a motion and a second to approve?
So I do, not a motion. I'm sorry. Did you acknowledge me?
Councilmember Combs.
I do want to acknowledge that I have had concerns about additional funding for the underpass, given that I think that the future prospects are incredibly opaque, and that opaqueness is a result of the $60 million that's covering my ability to see on the other side. But all that being said, my concerns have been duly noted in prior meetings. I won't ask for us to split out the consent calendar, and I will vote for the consent calendar with that there. But I did want to call out that I have had those concerns and expressed those concerns in the past.
Thank you. And you definitely have, and I want to just call everyone's attention to the staff report, which had a very thorough analysis of how this hopefully will be paid for with grants with the help of Caltrain. And we will find out soon how that went. So I will make a motion for to approve the consent calendar.
I'll live on the wild side. I'll second it.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent calendar. Motion by Mayor Nash and a second by City Council Member Combs. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is a study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. The study session tonight is J1, provide direction on the Willow Road Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Improvements Project. Here to introduce the item is Senior Transportation Engineer Christiane Choi.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. Christiane Choi with the Senior Transportation Engineer with the city's Transportation Division. Tonight I'm here to present on the Willow Road Bikeway and Pedestrian Safety Project. The city is partnering with the San Mateo County Transportation Authority, and I believe Vamsi Tabjulu, the project manager from the SMCTA, is also online and available for questions afterwards. So tonight we'll be going over the project existing conditions, the history, the evolution of the project, some of the community engagement that we have done, the elements of the project design, as well as the cost estimate and funding strategy, and then some lower cost alternatives that staff has developed for council consideration, and then finally a direction on the next steps. So the project currently extends from O'Keefe Street west of the 101 interchange all the way to Bayfront Expressway. Most of the Willow Road is in Caltrans right-of-way, so we've been working with Caltrans for approval of any of the improvements that happen in their jurisdiction. Willow Road carries about up to 50,000 vehicles per day, and there's varying types of bicycle facilities on Willow Road, including a area where there's no separate designated bike facilities between O'Keefe and Bay Road. The bike lanes that we do have on Willow Road are considered high stress given the high volumes and speeds on Willow Road that are adjacent to the bike lanes. And then there are limited pedestrian crossings within the 1.3 mile stretch that we're looking at. So we're going to be talking about different types of bike facilities. On the left is the buffered bike lanes that are mostly on Willow Road between Newbridge and Hamilton. This is a painted buffer space that's between the vehicle travel lane and the bike lane. And then there's the class 4 bikeways, which are bikeways that are separated from the vehicle travel lanes by some type of either vertical device like delineators or concrete medians, or else they could also be a raised class 4, which is then separated in elevation from the street. So Class 4 bikeways have been identified for Willow Road in a number of plans, including the Caltrans District 4 Bike Plan, the city's Transportation Master Plan, and CCAG's Countywide Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan. And Caltrans in 2023 completed a project initiation document. That's the first phase of any project that is completed within Caltrans right away. And at the end of 2023, the city, along with the SMCTA and our consultant team, started the project approval and environmental documentation phase. So over the past 2 years, we've been working with Caltrans on the design of the project, and we're hopeful that we're going to get the approval of that soon. We're just waiting for 1 or 2 signatures. So the project has evolved over that since that initial planning phase. We were originally considering an at-grade Class 4 bikeway, and the focus was really on the limits between Bay Road and Bayfront Expressway. We applied for a grant back in 2022, and as part of that grant, we hosted a few engagement pop-ups in the Belhaven neighborhood and also hosted an online survey. And some of the feedback that we heard was just overall support for bicycle and pedestrian improvements, but residents did have concerns about the high speeds on Willow Road, as well as the difficulty crossing Willow and the poor pedestrian lighting. And then while we weren't successful in that grant application, some of the feedback that we heard was that they weren't sure that a at-grade Class 4 bikeway would be a true low-stress bike facility for all ages and abilities. And then while we were working with Caltrans these past couple of years, we've talked about kind of closing that bicycle gap between O'Keefe and Bay Road, and so that's when we extended the limits from Bay to include O'Keefe. And then there has also been merging and weaving issues raised at the 101 interchange, especially during the morning peak hour, where there's a lot of queuing happening. And so the project has included improvements to address those issues. So I just wanted to highlight a few of the project design elements, and not sure if you had time, but we did plot out the design, and it's on these easel back here. But so most of the project is a raised Class 4 bikeway, but there are some locations where it would either be at grade or Class 2 bike lanes. One is in front of the Willow Village development. We would make that at grade as part of our project, and expect it to be raised when that development is constructed. And then there are certain locations where we don't have enough width to do a raised Class 4. And so those would also remain at grade. The project includes new crosswalks crossing Willow Road at O'Brien Drive and Bay Road, including wider median refuge islands at Ivy Drive to make it more comfortable for people crossing at Ivy. As I mentioned earlier, interchange improvements. This includes reducing some of the merging and converting some lanes from a through lane to include a southbound on-ramp, an additional southbound right turn on-ramp lane, and then also converting one of the lanes from at Bay Road to a right turn lane. And then Caltrans has updated some of their design guidelines, and so we would be incorporating some narrow lane widths on the corridor. And then finally, we would include in-lane transit boarding. This would help to speed up the transit service on Willow Road, as well as reduce any of the mixing that happens currently with bikes and buses as when buses access the bus stops. So this is a visual rendering of what the proposed project could look like. This on the left is the existing buffered class 2 bike lanes on Willow Road, and then the right is the raised class 4, where the bikeway is at the same level as the sidewalk, and there'd be some landscaping between the vehicle travel lane and the bikeway. So as the project evolved, we had additional community engagement. We met and presented at the Complete Streets Commission meeting last year. We also attended some resident meetings in Belhaven, including the one for the Gateway Rising Housing Complex on Willow Road and the Belhaven Neighborhood Association meeting. And then staff also shared about the project at the Belhaven Community Resource Fair this past March. Overall, the feedback was positive. People preferred the raised class 4 bikeway over the existing buffered bike lanes, and residents agreed that they would use the project to walk and bike to community destinations. Okay. So this is the overall project cost estimate. Right now, the project is estimated to cost $16.3 million. This includes the money that's already been spent for the PA and ED phase. The city also has received grant funds from SMCTA to help fully fund the design phase portion, and then partially the construction phase. As part of those grant funds, the city does have a required match, and that's the $4.4 million. And then even with these grant funds, there's still a construction funding gap of $7.3 million. So as I mentioned, $4.4 million is part of our grant match for the SMCTA grant funds. Currently, we have about $1.7 million left in our CIP project budget that would fully fund the design portion. And then we still need another $1.7 million to fund our portion of the construction match. And the $7.3 million that is remaining on the construction funding gap, if we were to receive grant funds for that, normally those are reimbursement funds, and so we would have to also identify the funding for funding source for that $7.3 million, but those would get reimbursed at a later date once we're going through the construction phase. So staff has continued to look for funding opportunities for the construction gap. We recently applied for the active transportation program. We asked for the full $7.3 million, and we're expected to find out the results towards the end of the year. We've also applied in the past for the MTC Safe Routes to Transit and Bay Trail grant. While we weren't successful in the last round, we did score the highest of the non-funded projects, so we expect that we would be competitive for the next round, and that grant is due in October. And then SMCTA will also have another cycle for their highway grant that would come out next year, and we've received the highest ranking for the last 2 cycles, so we expect to continue to be competitive for that grant. So given the construction funding gap, and then also the shortfall in our transportation impact fee funds, we came up with some lower cost alternatives for the council to consider. These alternatives build on each other. Alternative 1 starts at limited bikeway improvements, where we would install a at-grade class 4 bikeway, where we would put some type of post or delineators in the existing painted buffers. I will note that there are not painted buffers throughout the corridor, so there will be locations where there'd be gaps where there wouldn't be any kind of delineator or separation. And then alternative 2 we would add some pedestrian improvements, including a new crosswalk at O'Brien Drive and the refuge island at Ivy Drive. And then alternative 3 would then add the other crosswalk at Bay Road and fill the bicycle gap between O'Keefe and Bay Road. So these are just some potential options for the barrier that could be put in the buffer, ranging from like a flexible post to posts on a mounted curb or a concrete median. There could be other options as well. And then this table just kind of compares the costs between the different alternatives. More detail on the trade-offs of the alternatives are included in Table 3 of the staff report. So for the current design, the $3.5 million, that's left for the city's funds. That's just for the design through construction. It doesn't include the money that we've already spent on the PA and ED phase. And then the lowest cost alternative is alternative 1, but that one does have the limited bikeway improvements and no pedestrian improvements. And I do want to point out that all of the alternatives still would need Caltrans approval. We're currently working on the Caltrans approval of the current design, but we wouldn't have the approval of the one of the low cost alternatives. So our current schedule is hopefully we're going to hear any day now about the project approval and environmental documentation phase being complete. And the TA or SMCTA would then take over for the design and construction phases of the project. And that phase, the design phase, is expected to be about 15 to 18 months. And then if we were to receive the full construction funding, that would be about another year of construction. So finally, we have 3 possible options for the council to consider on the next steps. Option 1 would be to continue the current design and move to the design phase, and then also continue to pursue grant funding. This will maintain our current momentum and also position us to be competitive for other grant funding opportunities. Option 2 would be to pause the design phase and wait for the ATP grant funding decision. This might require us to extend our grant from the SMCTA, and the delays could add to our costs. And then finally, option 3 is to revise the project scope and design using one of the lower cost alternatives. This would be less competitive for grant funding, and it's possible we will need to return the grants that we received from the SMCTA. And then again, Caltrans approval would still be required. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment at this point. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item J1, direction on the Willow Road Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Improvements Project. If you are in person, please return that speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, we are currently at 4 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment on item J1, our study session this evening. Okay, so our first speaker will be Robin Severns followed by Athena Erokomos.
Hello, my name is Robin Severns, and I used to work over on Bay Road, literally 7/10 of a mile maybe from my house. It was like a 5-minute bike ride, and it was terrifying to get through that intersection at Bay Road. So thank you for looking at that. I really applaud the effort to make it safer for bikes. I would like to suggest that the real way to make a pleasant bike ride from the Willows neighborhood and from anywhere on Willow Road to the rest of Bay Road is to cut through the VA. And you used to be able to do that. And then I think they put in some gates, or maybe they just put a building on the site. But anyway, I commuted through the VA for quite some time, and it was wonderful. So I'm just wondering if it would be possible to talk to them about providing, at least during business hours, some bikeway through the VA. Then you bypass that entire terrible intersection at Bay Road and Willow.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Athena, followed by Pam D. Jones.
Hi, my name is Athena Erokomos. I'm on the Complete Streets Commission, but speaking today as a private citizen who is a very regular bike commuter in other times on the Willow Road overpass. So I used to live on Coleman, and I bike over to O'Brien every day. So most of the corridor that is being discussed. I would like to say that is very much a very high stress corridor, even for someone who is very passionate about being a bike commuter, is a decision that I make every day, whether or not I feel like if it's raining, maybe there will be conflict with bikes, and I will feel less safe. For example, I don't not bike in the rain because of the rain. I stop biking in the rain because of the perceived conflict with cars. So I would really like you to encourage consideration of putting up these protected bike lanes at the minimum, and also encouraging the construction of the pedestrian facilities. I want to point out that there are several schools that are on this corridor, at least 2, where the students will regularly be biking to school, and I see them biking on the sidewalks. I see them biking on the wrong way, on bike lanes, just whatever they can do to feel safe. So they do use these facilities, and as part of my way of thinking about the city, which is to encourage safe connectivity, particularly for our most vulnerable citizens, including students, I would really like to encourage you guys to consider pursuing the continued planning of this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Pam D. Jones, followed by Miko.
Thank you. Good evening again. I just have one question, and that is when and how will the timing of the lights be integrated into making Willow Road safe for bikes and pedestrians? Because it seems to me that being such a longstanding concern, decades upon decades, that it is an important piece of providing safe transportation along Willow Road. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Miko, followed by Sally Cole.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And this is Miko Harris Parker, current president of the Belhaven Neighborhood Association. We do thank you for the presentation at the association, but tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf. Just a couple of clarifying questions. If the option 3 is chosen by City Council to move forward, and I heard in the report out just now that they're waiting for environmental review to still happen. If option 3 is chosen, I know you said you still have to get Caltrans approval, but do you still have to then resubmit an environmental review for those changes that are going to happen with this project? As you mentioned, most of us in Belhaven who saw this presentation are in full support of the designs of the project as it is right now. It would be wonderful if we could get some grant funding to fully fund the project as was presented. And I do hope that we can pursue that. But if we could just get a little bit of clarification on if we choose the last option that changes the design of everything, does that also then provide us the opportunity to provide upgrades that will align to what was presented to residents throughout the presentations over the last few months? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Sally Cole.
Hello, can you hear me, Judy?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you. Hi, this is Sally Cole. I'm on the Complete Streets Commission like Athena. I'm also, like her, presenting as a private citizen. I really wanted to emphasize to council how important I think this project is. Obviously, Willow Road is a high crash corridor. And in adopting Vision Zero, I think the council did a fantastic job in emphasizing that we really should prioritize these high crash corridors in order to make real strides in improving safety and reducing collisions on the streets of Menlo Park. So I also, as Athena stated, support continuing and looking for full funding for the project. If budget constraints prevent us from pursuing all the aspects of the project, I think this is a really good design. Then I would really like to urge the council not to defer the pedestrian improvements, such as the new crosswalk at O'Brien and Bay Road, and also the refuge island at Ivy. We have received over the years quite a bit of feedback from the users of Willow about the intersections and feeling unsafe in the intersections. We know from Vision Zero data that intersections and crosswalks are one of the main areas where collisions take place in Menlo Park. And I think back on the Middle project, which was another high crash corridor project, and we didn't include the pedestrian improvements for budget reasons. I think it's very hard to get around to adding those things and bringing attention back to those things at a later date as what happened with Middle. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I would now like to open for City Council discussion. Is there anyone who wants to start? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I guess I have a question as it relates to the alternatives. Maybe even in relation to the project as it's currently scoped, and is it truly an either or is there the possibility that the projects could build on each other in a phasing? Because obviously the low cost alternatives are attractive because they are low cost. But I think we'd all agree that they don't provide the protection that the currently scoped project does. But is it the case if we go with a low cost alternative and then at some point down the line feel that we have the money and we wanted to do the options with a greater protection, would you just have to rip out everything you did? Or is there a way that it would build on what you did if you initially went with a lower cost alternative?
So I think if we do the rate, if the ultimate design is the raised class 4, then I think we probably would have to kind of take out, the post and such. But we could the new crosswalks, we could design with the ultimate goal that would be in the location where
the curbs might be based on what we have laid out today.
Okay.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Just a follow-up on Councilmember Combs's question. If we did phasing, would that increase the cost? Potentially?
Yeah, it's possible that it could increase the cost because it depends on how long it might take for the second phase to happen or third phase. And so, construction costs could go up in that time frame. And then the design would need a little bit additional time just to develop a phasing plan and phasing plans themselves.
Thank you. I don't actually have any additional questions. I have more comments because I am interested in continuing the current design and also looking at ways, exploring ways to actually cover the cost. Anything attached to Willow Road when it comes to pedestrian and bike safety needs to be given, I believe, the highest investment that we can as a city. So looking at grant funding, city funding, potential bayfront mitigation funds, to cover the cost so that we're designing the best improvements we can along that corridor because it's been needed for the longest time. I know that there was a comment or a question during public comment about the phasing of the light signals on Willow Road, and I believe that that was already done. Is that correct?
I think I'm not quite sure about that project. I know there's been some kind of like equipment upgrades that Caltrans has done, but I'm not sure if like a timing plan has been implemented at this point.
I'm not sure. I've seen Caltrans out on Willow Road and not sure what project they were working on, but if there was a change in the light signals, if there's been any feedback or information surveying to see if the changes have actually improved pedestrian and bike safety or even safety, because I know that intersection at Newbridge and Willow in the morning is pretty challenging. And I know that there has been some changes in light signals, but just wanted to know if there was any data gathered. And I didn't ask this question ahead of time, so I'm not expecting a response, but hoping that if there is data gathered, that can actually help with this project. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I'll start out by saying I'm in agreement with Councilmember Taylor. I'm also inclined towards option one. But on that note, so on the presentation on the funding strategy slide, so these grants, question one would be, when would we expect to hear back from them? And second question would be, would these grants eliminate or at least greatly reduce the cost, or would it only sort of get us halfway there? At what percentage would you estimate?
So the ATP grant, we're expecting to hear back by the end of the year. And then for the MTC grant, that's not due to October, so we probably won't hear back until early next year. Right now, we're asking for the full funding gap. So it wouldn't necessarily reduce the cost, but we wouldn't have, the grant would pay for that gap.
Thank you.
If I may add to that. So Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director. So the grant application that we submitted does focus on the construction gap of 7.7. However, we do have existing grants that require a match, and we don't have sufficient funds for the current match. So we do have a large construction shortfall. We also have a gap with our match requirements.
Along those lines, so it's, I believe that it said that there was a gap, or that 3.5 million needed to be funded by the city. And then does that include the $1.9 million TIF that's available, or is that an addition?
That includes the funding that's already been allocated to the CIP project budget. So we still need 1.7 million for.
Okay, so you're looking, so we need 1.7 million.
Yeah.
All right. I will just say I am strongly in favor of the current. When I really appreciated the comparison chart that you put in. And I think that when I look down the chart, the alternatives just do not handle a lot of the issues that we currently see on Willow Road. And especially just with the queuing and just some of the issues with the cars. And so I think that the current approach is definitely worth going for that. And also, that's the only one that has the ability to sort of a safe environment for all ages, all abilities. I think there's many reasons, especially I appreciate the comment about the schools, that with people of all ages using it, I think that it's really important to get a good, a safe corridor there. So I would strongly, as I think my colleagues have said, stay with the current plan. So, and then, and then basically we need to find 1.7 million in funds. Do you want to? Okay, Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I was going to add, like, I'm also supportive of staying with the current plan for a number of reasons. One, I think it's one of the few places, streets where we actually have the space to do something like this. And so I think it would be great to stick with the current plan. I do like the idea if we could front load it with some of the pedestrian improvements. I don't know how possible that is or not. And I will add, because it is something that has come across my inbox a couple of times recently, that the approach traveling, I'm going to say, east to west, over the overpass to Bay Road, is there is a steep decline, or a relatively steep decline, and then you don't always see the or it's a while possibly before you see the that the intersection there is signalized. And I know there have been some accidents, and so I just wanted to make a note that as part of this, if and I'm connecting with Caltrans separately, but if as a part of this larger project, you could sort of be mindful of some possible safety measures there, that would be greatly appreciated. But overall, again, like, supportive. This is one of the, like, we couldn't do something like this on El Camino. And so really excited to see this tried. Of course, there is the challenge of actually having it fully funded.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And just to be clear, I'm comfortable looking at the Bayfront mitigation funds for the gap that the city has with funding.
With that follow-up, would City Council be open to considering this then in terms of the next steps as an action, either at mid-year in terms of adjusting our project budget, or would you all like to see that budget appropriation sooner? Sooner? Thank you. All right.
And also any value in engineering that can be done, obviously, would be helpful. Any other comments? It sounds like you have unanimous continue with the current project and come back for the Bayfront Mitigation Fund allocation. Thank you. Anything else that you need or that you heard that we haven't covered?
No, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very exciting. Actually, so next is the public hearing. And as we get set up for that, I think we will take a 5-minute break up at the dais and start promptly at 8:50. We're now in the public hearing session. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The first public hearing tonight is K1, consider and adopt a resolution to deny an appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of 1, a use permit to determine the floor area limit on a lot less than 5,000 square feet in area, and to construct a new 2-story single-family residence on a vacant substandard lot with regard to minimum lot width, depth, and area in the R1U Single-Family Urban Residential Zoning District at 305 Haight Street. And 2, 6 variance requests to reduce the interior side setback to 3 feet where 5 feet is required, reduce the corner side setback to 6 feet where 12 feet is required, reduce the rear setback to 13 feet where 20 feet is required, reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces to 1 compliant space where 2 compliant spaces are required, increase the maximum building coverage from 722 square feet to 729.4 square feet, and increase the height of the daylight plane to approximately 23 feet 11 inches where 19 feet 6 inches is required. Here to introduce the item is Associate Planner Matt Pruder.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Wise, council members, once again, members of the public. I'm Matt Pruder, Associate Planner, and tonight I'll be providing a brief presentation regarding the appeal of the 305 Haight Street project. For some quick background, this property is located in the northwest to the corner of Laurel Avenue and Haight Street in the Willows neighborhood, and it is within the R1U zoning district. Like many properties, as you can see here in the vicinity, it's highlighted in blue, kind of in the center of the picture there. For some more background here, the R1U zone lot is currently undeveloped. It is substandard with regard to 3 factors as well. The lot width is 21.7 feet, where 65 feet is required. The lot depth is 95.3 feet, where 100 feet is required. And the lot area is 2,064 square feet, where the 7,000 square feet is required. Overall, the project involves the following requests. A use permit to construct a new 2-story single-family residence on a substandard lot, and to establish the floor area limit, or FAL, for a lot less than 5,000 square feet in size. Specifically, the applicant's proposed floor area limit would be 1,333.1 square feet. There are also 6 variance requests to reduce the interior side setback from 5 feet to 3 feet, reduce the corner side setback from 12 feet to 6 feet, reduce the rear setback from 20 feet to 13 feet, reduce the number of required off-street compliant parking spaces from 2 to 1, with just 1 covered space in an attached garage, exceed the maximum building coverage of 722 square feet at 729.4 square feet instead, and increase the height of the daylight plane from 19 feet 6 inches, which is our requirement for R1U zoning, to 23 feet and 11 inches. On May 4th, this project was heard at the Planning Commission meeting, and it was approved 5-2 with 2 commissioners opposed. The main factors considered at the meeting were the unusually small lot width and lot area, consistency in applying zoning regulations, design of the residence in relation to the flood zone, daylight plane, and maximum height requirements, which mainly relate to the height of the building and the flat roof that the applicants proposed to limit the scale of the building, fire safety and public safety, and driver and pedestrian visibility near the subject property at the intersection of Laurel Avenue and Haight Street. On May 12th, a timely appeal was submitted to the city, claiming concerns with the following: legal defectiveness of the hardship, Senate Bill 9 or SB 9 inapplicability, a claim that fire apparatus access was not supported for public health and safety, a claim of special privilege and precedent, the claim that there is no guaranteed right to build on the lot, for the lot, and impairment of light and air to the neighboring property at 935 Laurel Avenue. The staff report includes responses to each of these appeal claims, and in particular, I would also like to note that the applicant did not seek to apply SB 9 provisions for this project. Tonight, there are three options for the City Council to consider for action. You could deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission approval, which is staff's recommendation as well. You could uphold the appeal and deny the Planning Commission approval, or you could modify the Planning Commission approval. As I mentioned earlier, staff recommends that you as a body deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission approval. The proposed project is compatible with the neighborhood and meets all of the R1U zoning intent. This project also aligns with a few policies in our housing element and land use element. First, housing element policies H4.2, which is housing to address local housing needs, and H4.3, which is a variety of housing choices. In addition, there's the land use element policy LU 2.1, which is neighborhood compatibility. The proposed FAL of 1,333.1 square feet provides adequate livable space for the size of the lot. Lastly, the unique hardship exists and the findings for all 6 variances can be made. With the close of this presentation, staff recommends the following remaining steps for this item tonight. We can proceed with hearing remarks by the applicant team, who are represented by Charlie Brunitsky, followed by a presentation by the appellant team, who are represented by Navina Ganta, followed by an optional rebuttal by the applicant team, which would be followed by public comment for this item, and then City Council discussion and action. Thank you all for your time this evening. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions that you may have now, or if preferred, given the number of speakers beforehand, we can wait until all the presentations are finished and then return to clarifying questions. Thank you again.
Let's please go ahead with the other speakers. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Mayor Nash. Charlie Brunitsky is here to provide remarks for the applicant team with an allotted time of up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, members of the council. I'm Charlie Brunitsky, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the applicant and to urge you to support the staff recommendation and the 5-2 decision of your planning commission and allow this project to go forward by denying the appeal. I sent you a rather lengthy letter and it became part of the staff report. So I know that you've read it. I can answer any of the questions that you might have from it. But what I tried to do in the letter was to come at it from a different perspective than, say, a staff report would be. I've been a land use lawyer for a long time, and I also served the city where I live as both an elected and appointed official. And you don't see appeals often, but you see them. And so I try to give my perspective to that for you to consider. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But what I've been doing for many years now is being as much of a housing advocate as I can. And I'm fortunate in my practice that I don't have to take a lot of things, but the things I take really are trying to support housing. And I can tell you that this is really unique. There's just no denying that our area, even more so than California as a whole, has housing problems and affordable housing problems. When I was on my council, we built hundreds of units. Not a single was a reasonably sized, single-family detached home. It's just a rarity to have that. It's a rarity to have someone who's willing to invest the time, effort, energy, money, and take the risk to have that kind of housing in anyone's city. And so from my perspective, I think that's something that should be rewarded. I think that's something that's an opportunity that you have that I can't remember a single city that has had such an opportunity in a very long time. And it's great, as in the staff report, I saw that it meets the goals, all the housing goals that you have, affordable housing, Local housing needs, variety of housing choices, and it really does. And when I see the housing issues, I always think about the current residents, right? So what's the impact on current residents? And to me, again, from my perspective, it's a small lot. It's a corner lot. I understand that. But it's a relatively modestly sized house. So it's going to provide the availability for someone maybe of more modest means than others to have a single detached house. And there will be some impact on the people right there, but it doesn't have the impact of more massive scale housing. But it does add something that, like I just said, almost no other city gets to have. The applicant here worked for over a year with staff. They made lots of changes to be able to have something that staff could support. They supported it at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted 5-2 to approve this, having considered all the relevant issues, having made the appropriate and necessary findings. We ask you today to support them and to deny the appeal and let the project proceed. I will address any specific issues that the appellants may do it when I have my 5 minutes of rebuttal, but unless you have questions of me or about my letter, I'm done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Now we have the appellant's representative, Navina Ganta, is here to provide a presentation along with the remarks for the appellant team with an allotted time of up to 10 minutes. And I will give you the remote and you may begin. Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Nash and council members. Thank you for this opportunity for raising my concerns. I'm not in this business. I'm learning, and I made my presentation based on what I know and what I have understood. So, just to give an idea, as Matthew Prutner, the planning department has said, it's a 2,000 square feet lot, and they're asking for 6 variances. And I'm here to actually not object any housing. We are here to just come up with a plan which is reasonable for both the parties. We are here to ask for what would be appropriate for the community, and as a neighbor who is 935 Laurel Avenue resident, and for the person who owns this land. We are not asking not to build. We are just here to say that what is a reasonable thing to do, making sure all of us are doesn't feel like unfair. So, well, a little bit about the history of this land. This land has been, we have been occupant of 935 Laurel Avenue for almost 14 years. And this land has been empty right there. And only last 2 years ago, it was procured. And at that time, all of the limitations were already known. Like we already know that based on the current Menlo Park standards, the lot cannot build anything. It is already known the hardships that are pointed out by the planning or anything were applicable. It was something bought. The hardships were bought in here, not something that existed and we all want to help come out, but it is something that is just bought with pure intentions. With intentions, I think monetary. All right. So the current design, this is how the house looks like. Our house, it's like a pack of cigarettes that just right next to the house. Like it's like building a huge wall right next to our house, and it's about 6 feet. And there are safety concerns, and there are there are a reason why there are setbacks for 6 feet, 5 feet setbacks that were given by the Menlo Park. There is a reason why it exists. It is as a fire code. That was a reason I learned. And then they are asking for variances, which makes it the overall 6 feet with a big fence in between. So this is how it will look like when the house is built. So Menlo Park has always have boasted to have the character to be preserved. So protect the character, variety, and stability is what was suggested in LU 2.1, which according to them is followed. But I do not see any other house in the entire neighborhood which looks like that. So that's a reason why we don't think it is applicable in here. So the 6 variances, I want to actually say variance is something that everybody is given so that something can make it work. Whenever there are rules in the school or in the offices or in the road, everything needs to be followed unless there is a reason why they cannot follow it. That's when variance comes into the play, and then variance is to make things happen. But if we are allowing something with 6 variances, it means we are disregarding the rule altogether. Every single person in the Menlo Park are following the rules of giving the setbacks, making sure they follow all of the rules of the neighborhood. But one single law that follows 6 variances in order to build a huge house, why a huge house? So I'm here, as I have starting said, not to actually build a house, but build a reasonable house which matches with the entire community, whatever that can be. And if that needs variances, we are here to say yes to those variances, but not 6 of them, like there is no disregard for any rule at all. So many times it was said that it was a hardship because of which we had to come up with these variances, but I don't think it is a hardship. It is something bought. It is something bought with an intention of actually wanting to build as big as possible as an investor. And many times, actually, I wanted to say that a lot of times SB 9 is referenced in order to for this lot, which is not at all applicable. Even if it is applicable, SB 9 itself suggests 4 feet setbacks, but the requested one is 3 feet on our side of the property. In addition, SB 9 is a win-win strategy where the owner is asked to live in that property for a few years. It's like if you're sublotting and if you're actually building multiple units in a single lot, you have to live in one of them and you have to actually sell the other lot. That way it's win for the newcomer, and it's the owner can continue to stay in the neighborhood, which seems to get more and more expensive every day. That is not so. It's like SB 9 is referred in order to give grants, but SB 9 is not referred in order to put any constraints on the kind of houses that are trying to be built. So as I have been saying from the beginning, it's not to not build or anything like that, but we want to make it reasonable, that if we actually go with option, we are thinking that like a single story building is a reasonable house to be built in that lot with some variances. You still need a lot of variances even with a single story building, but that is a reasonable one because that's how all the houses in the entire neighborhood are. And it gives a win-win for both me as a neighbor who is not losing safety, privacy, ventilation, air, everything. And that is what we think is a reasonable option to go forward with. And the second floor, like why do we have to build for second floor, making it a huge wall and making it a 1,300 or 1,400 square feet in a 2,000 lot, which is very much unheard of, like in the entire neighborhood. It feels unfair when a 5,000 lot cannot build a 1,300 square feet, giving all the setbacks, while a 2,000 lot with all the variances can build anything. So that's all I have. As I am saying, I think the intention, we want to close off with saying our intentions are very clear. It is not to not build. Housing crisis is real. And I know that I wish my kids can live in this neighborhood. That is a mindset I have, which means that the housing crisis is real. We don't know, like it's getting really, really expensive. And so we want a house to be built there, but we don't think 6 variances, 2 square feet, a big giant 2-storied building with 23 feet high, right next to a house of a single floored house is not reasonable. So we request the City Council to take into consideration everything and request to go back to the drawing board to see what is a reasonable ask for the neighbors. The one neighbor who will have all the impact, which seems to be known to everyone. Everybody seems to know this one neighbor is going to get impacted. They state it in the document. They say it loud, even when they are saying it. So just because it's one neighbor who is going to take all the blunt, let's just push them because it's just one person. That is not how it works in democracy. And I have faith in everyone. And I'm here with deep respect to all the neighbors and all the leaders who are trying really hard to make difficult choices every day. Thank you for taking time. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, Charlie Brunitsky is here and available for the applicant rebuttal with an allotted time of up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening again. I think I covered most of this in the letter, which I'm sure you read. Just the bigger picture of reasonable alternative. So we've seen 2 examples in the last 18 to 20 years. We saw 2008 when all of a sudden, because of all other things, issues with the housing market and financing, development stopped. No one was building anything because it wasn't affordable. And then we had all those great low interest rates, and now we get high interest rates, making it more expensive to build anything. So there's entities like MidPen. I work with MidPen on some projects, right, to do a below market and affordable house. But that's not what this is. This is a substandard lot and one person willing to take a risk and build a single family detached home, but it's got to make financial sense. It can't just knock a story off and say, well, that's reasonable. I get why from an observational perspective, while being the next door neighbor or a neighbor, that would be reasonable, but without any consideration of the financial investment that the applicant's making into the neighborhood, into the city, to make this rare form of housing available in any way, you can't really say that it's a reasonable alternative. As to the rest, the issues on the variance, I covered that. The safety issues, I covered that in the letter. Staff spent more than a year going through all of those things to make sure that on every single one of these variances and the use permit, they could make the findings necessary, they could support them, and that the Planning Commission could and did make all of those findings. SB 9 was mentioned, but this is not an SB 9 project. It has nothing to do with SB 9. So again, I'll say the same thing I said when I started, which is we're going to ask you today to support your staff's recommendation and to support the 5-2 vote of your Planning Commission, deny the appeal and allow the project to proceed. Thank you again.
That concludes the presentations. I'll turn it over back to you, Mayor Nash. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any clarifying questions from City Council before we open for the public hearing? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, one question. Could staff give me some context of the extent to which SB 9 was discussed during the Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Combs. During the Planning Commission meeting, a lot of topics concerning development potential for the site were discussed. And so there was mention of ADUs, there was mention of SB9 provisions. And as you're aware, we're working on updating our SB9 provisions in our municipal code. But the main premise being the question of what the requirements under SB9 would be if an applicant were to use this site and come forward with an application for that property via SB9.
I mean, could
I was just going to say, I watched the Planning Commission meeting last night, and I agree with what you're saying. And I think to go further, I saw planning commissioners struggling with some of the variances and what would, not saying that this property would be an SB9 potential, but just if this like were part of a split lot SB9, what would the setbacks be and things like that. So they were sort of calibrating the variances based on what it would be had it been part of a split lot. Does that make sense? Okay. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And this is for staff. What's the average square footage for an ADU?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Taylor. ADUs generally are, in our experience, 800 square feet or less, and subject to our ADU ordinance, which we recently adopted, and in line with state law, a lot of additional provisions per state law are possible if the ADU is generally 800 square feet or less. If we have something that exceeds that value, some of those do exist, but they're quite uncommon. I would say that different additional restrictions would apply. And further, if something were proposed at more than 1,000 square feet as an ADU, a use permit would be required at a minimum. And there are other requirements we could get into if there are additional questions. But I would say less than 800 square feet or less. It could be equal to. Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
One more sort of factual question. Does anyone on staff know of an example where a project, home construction was approved with 6 variances in the history of Menlo Park? Because I can tell you, someone who's on the planning commission for a number of years, I think we had a few with 1 variance, but 6 is greater than 1. I'll tell you that much.
Yes, thank you for the follow-up question on that, Councilmember Combs. The general consensus is we in staff don't have an example that's similar to this. I recall my own self, I believe when you were on the commission perhaps, having a project at 947 Lee that involved, my understanding was 2 variances, and it was under 5,000 square feet. It needed a use permit for 2 reasons like this one, plus 2 variances. I think that was the package. So 2 use permit triggers, 2 variance reasons instead of 6. That's my personal experience.
And Commissioner Farrick in the meeting was saying that in her 2 terms as a planning commissioner in her prior serving had not seen an application with more than 2 variances. All right. Given that we have no more clarifying questions at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our public hearing K1 related to an appeal for 305 Haight Street, if you are in person and have not already, please bring your speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, looks like we're currently at 7 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing related to 305 Haight Street. Right, so with that, we will invite Rajesh Shetty, followed by Naveen Ganta.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rajesh Shetty. I'm one of the neighbors close to the lot that is in discussion today. As Navina said, we are not here to object the construction on the lot. The reason we are here, how this whole thing was approached and who is building it. Let me give you 3 examples of things that were disregarded by this owner who's trying to build something here. Things that were disregarded for the Menlo Park heritage tree, the oak tree, disregard to the Menlo Park residents, and disregard to the building code for Menlo Park. First, the tree. The lot had over 100-year-old tree. I say over 100-year because I've seen the trunk. It was more than 15, the diameter that kind of tells you how old the tree was. So this tree was there one morning and gone within few hours. And it was a healthy oak tree, and it was, I was surprised to see the tree gone within hours. And we have a Menlo Park ordinance, heritage tree ordinance for a reason. There must be a process followed when a tree that healthy and that old is taken off, and a heritage tree in the process should be there. Should have been an arborist review, a public notification, a process. There are things that happen, and as far as I know, none of that was taken place. The canopy tree, which was sitting there at the corner for decades, was gone within a span of hours. And that's the first disregard that this owner has shown on the lot, just to take advantage and build whatever he wanted to. The second disregard for the neighbor, right adjacent to the lot, is Raj and Navina's house. As she mentioned, the lot is the only source of the sunlight that comes to their house. And the design that was put forward by the owner completely blocks the sunlight, the only sunlight source. And when I say block, it's not like it reduces the sunlight coming to their house, completely blocks the sunlight, which is a complete disregard to the neighbor right next to the lot the owner has shown. The third disregard is the building code. As Navina mentioned, it's not that the hardship came up. When they came to the lot, they saw the lot, they knew this is not a lot where you can build a 2-story home. And they were very clear that this will need not 1, not 2, but 6 variances. But they went ahead anyway with that. And that's not a design that occasionally like blends the rule. This is a project that was built on the assumption that we'll go ahead and somehow find a way to make the council and the planning commission give us all the 6 variances. And they just went ahead, and they're at a point where they're almost ready to do that, like, get 6 variances, which is, as we all just heard, there is no precedence to that. And here's the thing, if this was a family wanting to build something, live there with their kids, raise their kids, be part of the community neighborhood, some things could have been different, but that's not the case. This individual is a hope flipper. That's what they do all the time. With a little research, I did find that information. And all they wanted to do is come here, get the lot, build the house, sell, make the money, and get out of Menlo Park as soon as possible. So keeping that in mind, the question really I have for the council is, who are you going to stand with? Raj and Navina, the neighbors who took care of this lot, even though it was not their lot. They made sure there was no vegetation. Oh, okay. The question is, are you going to support the neighbor? Or are you going to support someone who's out of city here to just make money and nothing else? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Naveen Ganta, followed by Siva Yurva.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Siva. I go by Raj. I am one of the neighbor. I'm spouse of Navina Ganta. So we made our case. We tried to present what we could in the planning commission meeting, and even though SB 9 was not part of the justification, there was a lot of rationale was given to SB 9 to find reasons to approve this. I don't know why we have to bend backwards to allow 6 variances to make this happen. Like everybody knows, this is unprecedented. Like I can see right in front of my house, right? I see this proposed building. I see 2 other lots right in front of me. Can they build there? There are a couple of vacant slots there. So what are we setting the precedent for future, right? How many more of these will come if this is the norm, right? So we have a code for a reason, and I think this regards every possible thing. So end of the day, we are not opposing this. We are not trying to stop this project. All we are asking is build proportionately on this lot, right? So it's a 2,000 square feet lot, or 2,000 64 square feet lot. I think a proportionate single-story building with 825 square feet, which city already allows 40% of the coverage area for this kind of thing. So we can work with the variances for such thing, single floor unit. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. So next is Siva, followed by John Brady Barksdale.
We don't have waived her time. So I just made.
Okay, so you were, okay, perfect. Thank you. So then we will go to John Brady Barksdale, followed by Robin Servants.
Thank you, council members. John Brady Barksdale. I reside at 916 Laurel Avenue, so down the street from the proposed development. First off, I have to agree with, I guess, the appealants of the case that they are talking about. They're not opposed to building on the lot. I am not opposed to building on the lot as well. But when I think about it, I actually looked into that lot. I'm actually a son of an architect, and we actually mocked up multiple designs that actually met building code and without needing variances to see the feasibility of doing a lot like that. So simple ADU of a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1-story, around 1,200 square feet with one covered lot would require no additional variances required for this lot. Also, if anyone thinks about Menlo Park, or especially the Willows neighborhood, almost 90% of the lots are substandard in terms of width. I actually had to go through a use permit for my remodel on my house because it was under 75 feet wide. And of course, what I did, I met with all the neighbors, showed them the plans, showed them the impact, showing the sight lines, the daylight planes, where my windows were going to be, showing there would be no impact on their homes. I did not see any of that outreach from this proposed project. Additionally, when you think about it, if you think about the reasons for your upholding this appeal, goal number LU2, maintain and enhance the character, variety, and stability of Menlo Park's residential neighborhoods. Yes, why I love the Willows and the Menlo Park neighborhood, all the homes are different and unique, but what they all have in common is they respect the neighbors, the privacy, the setbacks, the sight lines of the character. And this is completely out of proportion of any house that could be put on that property. Likewise, if you think about policy LU 2.1, neighborhood compatibility, that's ridiculous to think about how this is pushing the boundaries from east, west, north, south, up, down of this lot. I have 2 young boys that bike down Haight Street all the time to see their friends, and also down the left side of Haight Street and the right side of Haight Street. And knowing that the sight lines are going to be impacted, I worry that it's not going to be a safe route for them because this house encroaches on all the setbacks. There's a reason why we have setbacks on corner lots, to maintain safety and security for our homes and our residents. So again, I look at it, 6 variances makes no sense. Unfortunately, I was out of town for the Planning Commission hearing. I did submit my comments and also sent in a couple plans that wouldn't meet the guidelines and bylaws of the park without variances. I'm not sure if they were ever heard or shown, but it's completely ridiculous to approve this project. So I urge you to uphold the appeal and send this back to the Planning Commission to incorporate all the public comments you hear today and before. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Robin Severns, followed by Joey Wang.
Hi, my name is Robin Severns. I am also here to oppose the development on the corner, or at least oppose the development as currently designed. I think that it's too ambitious. It's not in character with the neighborhood. The lot is exceptionally small. It's less than 1/3 of a typical conforming lot in Menlo Park. It is on a corner, so the setbacks are more extreme. There's a buildable area of about 12 feet. So although we need housing, I would just like to say that this particular proposal is too high too blocky, it's too big for the lot, and it reduces the value of the house next door, and I think it reduces the value of other houses that within sightlines. It really is very, very strongly out of character and out of scale. I'd like to propose also, and I hope that I can say everything I'd like to say in the next few minutes, but I'm an architect trained at Harvard University, and I just took a stab at a revised design. I don't know the setback laws, so who knows, maybe this is another 6 variance project, but you can do a project on 1 story if you cut it down to 1 bedroom. If that is not financially feasible, you can make it a 1.5 story, sort of. There is a block in the middle with big wings on the side that are single story, the block being higher. If you drop your ceiling heights to 8 feet in that central zone, the whole building drops by 3 feet. This is not a hard redesign. And if Mr. Casarosafar is here, is he here? Are you here? Is that you? Yes, here. And I don't necessarily want to propose that this is the design that should be proceeded with. I just want to point out that it's not hard to think of a different way to redesign this. It's something that could be, I think, reconfigured pretty easily. I mean, I'm happy to hand this out. I emailed it to you, but it was just last night, so I'm not sure everyone saw it. But the point is, it's 3 feet lower. The upstairs is only half the width of the long bar, so it doesn't look so stacked. And it's masked by a sloping roof, a gable roof, which is typical of the neighborhood. It does require moving the whole building toward Laurel Street and moving the garage to the back on Haight Street, which is much, much safer. I mean, I'm trying to imagine pulling out of that driveway on a corner. Woo. So I just urge the council to send this back for redesign to the Planning Commission. And I think the staff has been very cooperative with the owner. And so I'm sure they can work something out. And if it's, you know, a different type of variance or a different level of variance, perhaps that's what it takes on this lot, because of course we do need the housing. I'm happy to hand this out to anyone who wants to look at it.
Actually, your time is up. Thank you.
It's the same square footage in living space.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Joey Wang, followed by Nupur Gupta.
Yeah, this is Joey. I think the community safety should be always the first priority, not a financial investment. So I'm here to strongly against to grant the exception to allow the 6 variance. And since the last public hearing, the community raised a lot of concern about the safety, the fire safety, the visibility that will be blocked by the building around the corner. And there's a lot of kids activity over there. So I think there's no data to support to grant the variance. Yeah, so if we want to grant the exception, I think we need to have a solid data to support that. Do we have the data to support how much visibility will be blocked by that and how much response time will be reduced by those block visibility, or the reduce of the gap between the house, how much risk will increase for the fire safety? Do we have all those data to support that? All this concern for the community safety is not a really risk for the community. So I think before we really grant the variance, I think we should really have some solid data to support that this variance should be allowed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Nupur Gupta.
Hi, City Council, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay.
So I'm Nupur Gupta. I'm with my husband Shobit Gupta. We used to reside on 312 Haight Street, so we are Navina's neighbor. And so I was very surprised, to be honest, when I learned about it 2 years ago, that there is possibility of building a slot and somebody building a home and somebody bought the house. I'm a realtor by profession. I work at Compass, Mello Park, and I see the houses being sold and bought all the time. But this is, I would say, is an exception. And like as the data you have shared, that so many people have spent so much time, like City Council has spent a year on permitting this thing and coming up with variances. So that proves a point that this is not an efficient plan. And my points are like, first of all, the safety of the neighbors, immediate neighbors, impacting everybody's property value, and aesthetics. It doesn't look nice based on the plan I saw. So, and also, like, we don't want it to be a precedence, because if somebody approves a plan like this, then there will be more coming like this, and people will say, okay, this is an example, it got approved by the city, and there will be flood of plans like this and will destroy the aesthetics of Menlo Park, which we definitely take pride in. I've been living in Menlo Park for the last 9 years, and we enjoy every bit of it, all the trees, all the neighborhoods, and we live in the same area now, next to the Upper Laurel. So we are just right here. And the other thing I wanted to point out is we don't know the intentions of the buyer. Like, it's not like we know who's going to be living here. It might be sold to some other investor who might be just renting somebody or just giving it to some college grads or something. We don't know the intentions. So I'm not here to say that we shouldn't be approving the plan, but instead aligning with Navina's thoughts that it could be one story, and 6 variances seems to be a lot, and this is not the precedence we have set with such a small lot size with so many variances. It could be an ADU. It could have been someone's driveway. Basically, there's no point of building such a big house, blocking the light and threatening public safety. And I also want to bring that tree, which Raj pointed out. We love that tree. I have a high schooler now, and Navina's kids and my kid played on the swing on that tree. So I was really devastated when the tree was cut and was shocked. I have such good, nice memories and pictures of the tree with the swing, all the 3 kids playing, all the neighborhoods kids coming and playing. That is really devastating that the tree was cut without any proper processes. So thank you for listening to us. We hope that this works out in a way that it's appealing to the immediate neighbors and all the neighbors in the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor, you may continue.
Thank you. I would now like to close the public hearing and open for City Council discussion. Who would like to start? Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I don't have any additional questions. What I will say is that I'm not supportive of rejecting the appeal and allowing this project to be built. There are certainly challenges with the lot, and we do have variances as a tool to allow for lots to be utilized in an efficient manner when standard zoning would make that, or standard sort of codes would make that challenging. But something like a variance is not a tool then to create a long list of negative impacts to surrounding neighbors. It's a tool to allow you to utilize a lot more efficiently. And so, but the paramount thing happening here is that the variances, and this is what happens when you stack something that is supposed to be used sparingly, when you stack them on top of each other, what you have is just for the community and for neighbors a series of clearly negative consequences. But separate from that, it is then what is the value of all of those rules in a community if they can just be ignored? Like, right? If you go out here, it's like, I don't know, 25 or 35 miles an hour. If it doesn't mean anything, then why is it there? Like, right? And if you can come in and get approval from of a project with 6 variances, then my question is, what's the value of the code? Because again, a variance is supposed to be something about an exception. And this is where the variances has become the rule. And that's not something I can be in support of. It's not something I've ever seen in my 14 years being engaged in Menlo Park government. And so I do think, and I am supportive of housing here. And I have no concerns that you are, and I don't know if it's accurate, you could be a flipper, you could not, it doesn't matter. You could be a family with the cutest kid in the world. I'd still have the same opinion about this project if this is the project you came with, to be very clear. I think that there is a way to do a project here that lessens the negative impacts, that doesn't stack variance on top of variance. And maybe that is not a project that will provide the greatest financial reward. But I have no doubt that there's a project here that will provide you with financial reward because property values in Menlo Park just go up. And so there's still a viable, real project here. But I can't be supportive of something like this. Because if I were to be supportive of something like this, I would be saying that the rules don't matter. Full stop. And why would I say that? Why would I have invested years of my life on this dais if I thought that the rules that Menlo Park put forward didn't matter?
Other comments? I actually have a question then. How was that tree taken down? Did that have a permit?
Yes, and just to be clear, thank you, Mayor Nash, for the question. We had covered this in the Planning Commission staff report. The previous owner of the parcel had applied for a heritage tree removal permit, worked with the city arborist, provided us with an arborist report, and ultimately provided an in lieu fee to account for the loss of the tree in 2024.
So presumably it was, there were signs posted that the tree was being removed?
It is my understanding that that's the protocol that's taken, and when that occurs, I was not there to witness that occurring, so I can't speak.
They should have been.
It should have been the case, yes.
And that was with a prior owner?
That is correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, just so to be clear what I was saying, look, I'm not interested in altering the Planning Commission's, the current design and altering the Planning Commission's approval. I think the changes are far more substantive. I think the applicant needs to go back in my direction, singularly my direction. We'll see if the council majority is aligned with that, is the applicant needs to go back and rethink the project. And this does remind me actually of a project that did come when I was on the Planning Commission. It was on Oak Court. I think it was 145 Oak Court. And I don't even think that was asking for variances, but it was a flag lot situation. It was a house, and the houses were tight in there in that flag lot situation. And the Planning Commission, when I was on it, ultimately denied that use permit request because what the project that was being built, again, took no understanding or no mindfulness in relation to the environment or in relation to the neighbors. And so again, we're all constrained by our lots to a degree. And so, we make the best of what we can. And it is not the case that we sort of kind of ignore the lots, ignore the limitations and say, I'm just going to go for a variance. So again, I don't think that I from the dais can sort of provide some direction very specifically on what is the best route forward, other than to say that I don't think it's this project.
So I will just say I am also having trouble with 6 variances. I would like to see a house built there. I do have trouble with 6 variances and with some of the variances that are being granted. And so I guess, not having heard from my other 2 colleagues yet, but Mr. Pruder, or perhaps it's our city attorney, what is the process? Like, if we do not uphold, what are the options at this point?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Nash. I'll open with a response, and then I think I'd like to defer to the city attorney for further clarification. But as I had stated at the beginning of the presentation, 2 simple answers are that you can deny the appeal, which would grant the Planning Commission approval. You can also uphold the appeal, which would deny the Planning Commission approval. And then there's the question of modifying that third option. And I think we would need to hear more about your questions on that item, what you're interested in discussing, and I think that would require a little more discussion before we give you a clear answer. I think we need to talk that through some more, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And I agree with both you and Councilmember Combs regarding this project. We have rules for a reason. And the last thing I would like to do is with a project that I believe it's not a multi-family unit housing complex, but allowing 6 variances for a project this size would set precedent for other projects to be done similarly. I know that in District 1, that we had an issue with an ADU, and if the community had filed an appeal, maybe that project would not have gone forward without modifications. So I think this is an opportunity for your project team to bring something back that would be more in compliance of not just what the city council was interested in the community, but also the rules for the city and building codes. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you. I, like my colleagues, am really struggling with this. I think what Councilmember Combs was well said, and everyone agrees, yes, why do we have rules if we're not going to follow them? I sort of have what might be an unfair question to staff, which is, I guess I'm just sort of confused how we got here. I heard at the beginning that the developer worked with staff for a year to develop the project. So I guess from your perspective, to build on this lot, do you feel that these variances are required and necessary to build a project on this lot? Again, I realize this is not a fair question, so if you don't have a good answer, that's okay. But I guess the intent behind my question, to be clear, is that I want to see these lots be used. You know, if this lot was big enough to be sold as a lot that could be built on, you know, I would like to see housing built. But yes, I don't want to, you know, cause these major inconveniences to neighbors either.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wise. I would like to initially just point out this was an iterative process. This is an active planning application, and we had worked with them on a submittal package. And then, as with any planning project, we go through our 30-day required review periods for planning cases. We gave a lot of feedback in the first review. I will also say that we had a sense from the beginning that variances would likely be needed in order for some habitable space with any footprint, whether it's 1-story or 2-story. So I think that's an important fact to establish. And the other items, I think, of concern that required extensive thought and rethought by the applicant are the matter of parking, our requirement of 2 parking spaces per single-family residence in the R1U zoning district, and also the requirements we have for the setbacks on a corner lot, and then subsequently the other details of this particular property being in the flood zone. It has a base flood elevation that requires, like many properties in that area, it requires a higher first floor elevation. So coupled with all those details, the applicant has tried to work with, you know, the challenges and constraints to present an application that provides a single-family home, and additionally, the requirements for variances are that you cannot request more than 50% on each of these variance requests. So if there were to be a zero lot line, for example, is one scenario, that wouldn't be possible. It would have to be no more than half. And so in a few of these variances requests, you'll see that that division happens to an extent, but there are some requests that are not as much as 50% either. So I'd like to just point out these variances vary. Sorry for the redundant word. They do have some differences in terms of how much is being asked as a relative percentage of the setback or other requirements.
Thank you for that. That is really helpful. And I guess so with that information, my concern is that if we do modify the proposal, I guess how many of these variances, and sorry, I'm just looking here at the list of variances, and sorry, this is not a question to staff, but I guess to my fellow council members, which is how many of these variances would still sort of exist regardless, like the parking, the setbacks, I imagine would still have to exist. But yes, I realize that that's 2 out of 6, but I'm just thinking out loud.
I mean, I would say that, yeah, look, you're not going to park 2 cars. And again, I think that's understandable. But again, if knowing that you're in the setback, then maybe you don't fully go up 2 stories. Like maybe you moderate that second story if you do go up, or maybe you don't go up to 2 stories because you're essentially going to be like in some spots, some places like 6 feet away from where your neighbor's house begins. And so that's just like, again, a necessary mitigation or limitation that you take. It seems to me like this project, it seems to take no limitations, like, right? And as a result, there then is a series of negative impacts to the neighbors. But I do think Councilmember Weiss, you touched on something which I do have concerns about, and that is the staff recommendation. Because it's one thing if the applicant is like, it's their project and you're like, hey, there's 6 variances, and they're like, okay, I'm going to take my shot at the Planning Commission. And that's one thing, that the applicant wants to take that shot. I do have concerns about staff sensitivity to impacts to neighbors when it recommends a project with 6 variances, when it recommends a project that clearly casts a shadow over a neighbor and clearly denies them sunlight. That for me is incredibly concerning. Not that we're seeing this project, because the applicant can take that bet, but that staff would take the position of saying that, like, again, especially all of the findings that are necessary as it relates to 1 variance, but staff would take the position of supporting it is something that I do think that I would ask staff to go and sort of think about its calibration as far as like the negative impacts it's willing to put on neighbors as it relates to variances when it comes to projects like this. And so we don't have to go into the detail, and you can, it's just my opinion, my thoughts. You can take it or leave it as you want. But I do think it was a key point that Councilmember Weiss brought up that I thought was something that I said was concerning to me.
One thing which I saw in the Planning Commission, which I thought was helpful, might be helpful here, is Assistant Community Director Parada explained how the planning staff actually does not make suggestions, they work with what has been given to them, and so they don't suggest different alternatives. And please correct me if I'm not correct, if I'm off base, but honestly, it's something I'd never thought of before. Maybe from being on Planning Commission, you're aware of that, but it was enlightening to me to know that you are really reacting to what's put in front of you and saying yes or no, and this fits or it doesn't fit, but you are not in the mode of actually making other suggestions or why don't you try this, or basically evaluating more than just the rules in front of you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also just, I can confirm that's true. We answer questions that are given to us. We explain our comments and the reasoning behind them when we provide them, and we respond to what's given to us. Thank you.
But just to be clear, staff does not have to recommend a project.
That is also true.
And did you recommend this project? Because to the Planning Commission, did it come with a staff recommendation of approval?
Yes, we gave a staff recommendation.
And it came to the council with a staff recommendation of approval.
Yes, still.
I have issues with that. I'm going to, staff can take whatever role, and I don't know if there's a rule, and if there's a rule for when staff makes recommendations, you can send it to me. And I'm more than happy to educate myself fully on it. But I would say, my thinking is that, if something is a variance, actually staff shouldn't make a recommendation. And it should just come to the Planning Commission as, this is the project, it has a variance. Because as I said, a variance is a scenario where you're saying, this does not follow the rules. And I think then to have a scenario where staff then adds a recommendation onto that, like I say, sets up a discussion that I feel can be weighted. And I think we end up with what I think of as an incredibly problematic project, which to Councilmember Weiss's proposal, how did this get here? And that's my question. Again, happy for someone to share information and educate me if there's something here that I've gotten wrong.
Another question about the parking. I personally have no problems with the variance for 1 car versus 2 cars, as has been said by others. Do applicants hear about our overnight parking ordinance so that there is no parking on the streets from 2 to 6 a.m.? And so whoever, basically going to a 1 car garage is great, but it does not mean that a second car can go on the street in Menlo Park. Pardon me? If there's enough in the driveway and the garage, you've got it set. Yeah. Yeah. Just so it's not there's no street parking. Yeah.
If I may, Mayor Nash, they do have a 20-foot setback, and it's actually at an angle. So there is that much distance in front of the property facing Laurel Avenue. So in theory, a second car could park on that driveway, of course.
Thank you. So I guess I'm wondering where we go from here. Actually, I was saying, what do we go? Where do we go from here?
Come on board here. I think we, if you need to get consensus across the council for whether or not you are looking to uphold the appeal. If you are, then the city attorney is able to kind of come and assist the council on what those next steps would be. It would most likely be bringing this item back in an August meeting to be able to produce the findings for that. So I think we just need to move to what that next step is that the council would like to do specific to this project.
Thank you. And I guess one other question is, what is the difference, other than just what is obvious, of denying the appeal versus asking to come back with basically to make changes? Okay, thank you. To modify Planning Commission approval. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor Nash, could you repeat the question? You were indicating a couple scenarios. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What is obviously we can uphold the appeal denying Planning Commission approval, or this other choice is modify Planning Commission approval. What would denying the appeal is, upholding the appeal is obvious, but what would modifying Planning Commission approval look like?
I think unfortunately that is a little more open-ended, but the idea behind that is that you could present potentially some conditions of approval that would then be added to the proposal requirements in terms of what would need to be modified. And so that could be worked into your resolution and we could work on revising accordingly and working with the applicant, of course, down the line to make sure their building permit application meets those requirements. And I would like to also add that this is the last meeting within the 75-day window based on our zoning ordinance, and that I believe we have to make a final decision tonight. If we go past the 75 days, I definitely defer to other staff and city attorney staff. I think there might be other implications that we need to consider as well. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. And I think actually, Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, so I would, like, my understanding of like sort of making modifications to the planning commission is essentially sort of designing from the dais to a degree. And I think this is, that's something where there are some tweaks here. You're like, oh, move up that window sill or something like that. We're way past that. Like, and so, like I said, my recommendation is that, like, we uphold the appeal. And so that is the final rule as it relates to this, is the final decision as it relates to this proposal. And my guidance, just speaking for myself, would be that the applicant go and substantively rethink, based on the discussion here, substantively rethink the project. I would also ask, just an aside, that in the interim, the applicant should make sure to prioritize the upkeep of the parcel, and make sure that all the weeds and all of that, the things are taken care of, and that the fence is maintained in a decent condition, as in one first step of let's say good neighborliness.
So I saw the city attorney come on, I believe. Do you need more direction?
I think what I was going to say has been answered, which is, as Mr. Pruder said, the city council has the authority to uphold the appeal, deny the appeal, or modify it. That is the city council's prerogative as set forth in the Muni Code. And so the city council may condition the project differently, or may make determinations on particular variances that have been sought that the city council does not believe findings can be made for.
Can you go through that last bit one more time?
Sure. So all I was saying is if because the city council has the authority to modify the planning commission's determination, the city council can make determinations that certain findings for particular variances sought cannot be made, and therefore they would modify the determination on of the planning commission on particular deviations from the Muni Code. As Councilmember Combs said, that's not you would have to defer to your planners on whether or not that's feasible given the overall plans. I think that's what Councilmember Combs was suggesting, is that just may not be feasible to redesign the project in that manner. But the Muni Code does afford the city council that option.
Thank you. Let me get some consensus on the dais, and then I think we've got another question for you. Please, Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you. Just a quick question for the city attorney. So I know we've mentioned precedent tonight for, like, if we approve this and allow the project to move forward, then there's a precedent that others could do the same. Is that true? Oh, so wait, we're shaking heads. So no, that's not.
You asked the city attorney.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to let the real attorney answer.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. City Attorney Doherty.
So there's no precedent in the sense that the council is not bound to make a similar determination in the future. Whether or not there's a consensus in the decision maker's eyes is a different question. But no, there's no binding precedent that would require the city council to render a similar determination in the future.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe in the staff report, it said that granting any of these variances does not set a precedent, that every variance is on every project is taken distinctly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Combs.
And again, like certainly from the standing of any legal weight, yes, there's no actual precedent that obligates the city to future action. But outside of actual legal obligation, it does beg the question of like, well, why wouldn't similar situations get the same treatment? That maybe doesn't mean that person gets to sue if they don't get the same treatment. But like if in another neighborhood, something similar, like let's say Allied Arts got, rejected, then the question would be like, well, why did council allow this in the Willows and had an issue, or council, planning commission, whoever, whatever the body is. And so, I think again, there no legal precedent. I'm so sorry to be clear, because again, in my time on the planning commission, that was one of the things that was most challenging for me to grapple with all of these decisions were like individual units unto themselves. And so in some cases you could say like, oh, you have to change those windows. In some cases, the same windows, they're like, oh yeah, they're fine. So, but I would like to move us along, because I think that this has to be a motion and make a motion that we uphold the appeal. And so that would be my motion.
So before you do that, I wanted to just take a straw poll and then ask the city attorney if that has any implications that we need to be aware of before we actually make the motion and move it along. So I will say that I am actually, Vice Mayor Wise, what is your, just a straw poll? Are we,
yes,
in order to ask, to move sort of ahead and to ask the city manager, the city attorney, if there's anything we need to do before we make the motion? And
sure, yes, of course. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
if Councilmember Combs makes the motion to uphold the appeal, deny planning commission approval, I can be supportive of that.
Okay. All right. So we have a 4 supportive of that. City Attorney Doherty, is there anything to do with this?
Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, Mayor.
No, I was looking to you. What do we do now, or do we just make the motion and that is it?
Yeah. So what we'd like tonight is a motion, because we don't have a resolution upholding the appeal before the council tonight. What we'd like you to do is, if the council can go in that direction, to make a motion to take that action, we will return with a resolution that memorializes upholding the appeal, denying the planning commission determination based on the direction that the council has discussed and prepared tonight. And I'd look to Mr. Pruder to see if he believes he has sufficient information. I think I have a decent understanding to be able to memorialize that. We'll bring forward that resolution. Will be on consent agenda at the next meeting.
And is there any concern about this being the 75th day and the 75-day window?
The council is required per the Muni Code to take action, and so by making a motion to deny the appeal, to uphold the appeal and deny the planning commission's determination, that would constitute an action within the 75 days.
Thank you. In that case, and actually, Mr. Pruder, do you have any other questions before we go ahead with a motion?
No, thank you, Mayor Nash. At this time, staff is aware of what's being discussed, and we can work internally on creating that revised, updated resolution accordingly.
Thank you. Do we have a motion and a second?
So I'll again move to uphold the appeal, denying the planning commission approval of the project. And I'll do it. Oh yeah, so it already records me as making the it's like Judy's on top of it.
Perfect. So we do have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by City Council Member Taylor to uphold the appeal and deny the Planning Commission's approval of a use permit to determine the floor area limit on a lot less than 5,000 square feet in an area, and to construct a new 2-story family residence in a vacant substandard lot with regard to minimum lot width, depth, area in the R1U, at 305 Haight. And number 2, the 6 variance requests to reduce the interior side setback to 30 feet where 5 feet is required, reduce the corner setback to 6 feet where 12 feet is required, reduce the rear setback to 13 feet where 20 feet is required, and reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces to 1 compliant space where 2 compliant spaces are required, and increase the maximum building coverage up from 722 square feet to 729.4 square feet, and increase the height of the daylight plane to approximately 23 feet 11 inches where 19 feet 6 inches is required. So again, after all of that, it is to uphold the appeal and deny the Planning Commission's approval. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all the people who came. Thank you to the applicant. I do hope we see you back with a different housing proposal. All right. The final public hearing tonight is K2, consider and adopt a resolution amending the city's comprehensive master fee schedule to revise gymnastic program fees in library and community services. Here to introduce the item is Library and Community Services Director Nick Sedka.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Wise, City Council members, Nick Shegda, Library and Community Services Director. I have a short presentation. In the interest of time, I'll try to move it along. Just a quick peek at our agenda, a little bit of background. In April, the City Council adopted a comprehensive update to that master fee schedule, which went into effect on July 1st. That followed a cost of recovery study. Gymnastics fees were increased as part of that update by $2 an hour. That has gone into effect as of July 1st. And that rate currently recovers about 51% of the program's cost, less than the 70% target rate that the council had assigned for that service. During the discussion, during the approval of the current fiscal year budget, council had expressed an interest in improving that cost recovery rate. So staff has returned with a few options for council to consider to move that cost recovery closer to the cost of service. And we'd like direction on a few of these options. One is to implement a 5% increase at the start of each of the next 4 gymnastics seasons, moving from the current July 1st rate of $18 an hour per class per week to $21.60 an hour in the summer of 2027. Just to give a little shape to that, for a typical class that in the longer season, like the fall season, is 14 sessions, that would be moving from a current rate of $252 for that session for a 1 family participant to $302.40, so about a $50 raise over that period. Another option could be to do it in 2 10% chunks, moving in fall of 2026 and spring of 2027, or we could do fall and winter if you'd like to improve it or increase it faster. Or we could do it all at once, moving to the 20% in the fall season. So going from 252 to 302.40. And so staff is recommending that you adopt that resolution to increase the fees by up to 20% and then give us some direction on which of those options you would like us to take. That's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from City Council before we open the hearing? All right, I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our second public hearing item, K2, related to the master fee schedule to revise gymnastic program fees. If you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our second public hearing item K2 for master fee schedule to revise gymnastic program fees. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and open for City Council discussion. Would anyone like to start? Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you to staff for pulling this together so quickly. I'll keep it pretty short. I would just prefer that we do one of the phased options rather than the 20% jump for fall 2026, but I'm open to both option 1 and option 2 if somebody has very strong feelings. I'm slightly more for option 1, but again, open to other options.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I could go with either option. I think I slightly favor option 2 because it is a program that, based on what staff has communicated in the past, charges vastly under market for services, and so in that sense, I think we could be a little more aggressive. But to your point, I would probably shy away from a 20% increase, but I could be comfortable with the 10% increases. And I'll just say as an aside, to again echoing the Vice Mayor's comment, appreciate pulling this together, but I have no doubt that there will be some negative feedback, and you should send them our way. You should say, call, email your council member because they made this decision, and I'm more than happy to explain to someone why, if we do make this decision, not getting ahead of myself, but this is not something where you should bear the brunt or anyone on staff should bear the brunt of this decision. You should say, reach out to council.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. I think we do have some tools in our tool belt for making some allowances, a scholarship program, and then my discretion to educate things on sort of a case-by-case basis if there's need.
A couple questions. What is the percentage of residents versus non-residents in the gymnastics program?
Thanks, Mayor Nash. Right now, or for the past year, resident enrollment is at 73% and non-resident at 27%. So that's about 3,500 residents enrolled and about 12, approaching 1,300 non-residents enrolled.
I'm just sort of stunned by those numbers. What are those? Are those visits or actual?
That's actual numbers of residents or non-residents enrolled taking a class over the last year.
Over what period of time?
It's the last year, over the last year. So it's a very, very popular program.
Wow.
And the demand outpaces even that amount of enrollment.
And in enrollment, residents have the first couple days to enroll so that the non-residents who are getting in are because the slots aren't being filled by residents. So residents do have a...
That's correct. For instance, for the upcoming season, hyperlocal, which doesn't really apply for gymnastics here, but hyperlocal registration opens on the 13th of August, resident registration on the 15th, and then non-resident on the 19th of August. So they've got about 3 or 4 days. Usually most of the slots for the most in-demand classes are gone in the first 15 to 20 minutes of registration.
Wow, good job. So I'm also in favor of going with option 2. I'm concerned that with option 1, where we would put it over 4 consecutive seasons, that it just seems like the city is forever raising the costs. And so I'd rather do it in a slightly more abbreviated form. But I do think it's too big a jump to do it in one jump. I will also note, looking at the fees, they're currently at $16 because I think that this current session actually was started before we raised the fees, so that this actually will be a little bit of a
That's
surprise.
correct. Yeah. So it'll be another, the fee study recommended, which was approved, an increase of $2 an hour, which would go into effect for any new classes after July 1st. So that $16 rate is for the current enrolled session.
Got it. Okay. And is the plan to round to the nearest dollar, or is it going to be just with using the current numbers here, like $18.90?
I believe we can, but I think if we wanted to keep the percentages to 10% and 10%, then we would need to keep the dollar
I'm
figure
fine with
there.
that. I'm just
I don't
wondering
think
what the
it's-
plan is.
It doesn't make any particular difference to staff because the system does the calculation on the fees.
Sounds good. And then the other question is, what is, where it says class per hour per week, 1 to 2 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours. Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It is a little confusing. And this is just the way that the master fee schedule was written. The majority, if not all of the classes are 1 hour a week. There are some of the more advanced classes that might have a 1.5 or a 2 hour session per week. So that sort of progression, there aren't really any classes currently that have more than 2 hours a week. So almost everything will fall within that first bracket of 1 to 2 hours.
Thank you. And then the aerials and silks is at a much higher rate? Can you explain that?
I'd have to go back and ask the team about that a little bit. I hadn't really considered the aerials and silk rates as part of this proposal. That's a good question, but I don't have the answer to that for you right now.
I think it was actually in the staff report.
Oh, well, then it should be. The staff report was written by my colleague in the finance team.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is it, I'm trying to go there quickly, but is that a private contractor, in which case it's?
That's correct. The silks are contracted instructors. The silks and aerial classes are contracted instructors, not city run.
So would they, if? Yeah,
So these fees would affect city run classes.
How much does the city recoup on privately run classes?
I don't have that figure right at the fingertips here, but I could find out and let the council know.
That'd be great. So when it says on, this is in the resolution on the last page, which I think was also what was published for the hearing. There are some fees that are beyond for private lessons. Is that what? Do you know what that? I may be asking something that.
I'm taking a look. Are you referring to like the birthday party packages? I see gymnastics. Oh, private lessons. I think those are private lessons that would be provided by city staff. I don't think those are contractor provided classes.
So for contractor provided classes, do we need to go through this again with a public hearing, or do we know how to?
I don't think that that's a requirement since it's not being charged by the city. I'm looking to the city manager for some.
Sorry, I don't have that answer off
Yeah,
the top of my head this evening. So the assumption would be that that would be a separate action. Yep.
Thank you. I am very interested in how much the city recoups of that.
We can look into that and
thank you
and provide it.
Thanks. Any other questions? Does anyone want to make a motion? Do I special?
I'm happy to make a motion for option 2.
Thank you. So I do have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Wise and a second by City Council Member Combs to adopt a resolution amending the city's master fee schedule to increase gymnastic program fees in library and community services by 10% above the currently adopted rates at the start of fall of 2026 and spring of 2027. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. Thank you. And the motion passes with City Council Member Schmidt absent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The regular business item tonight is L1, consider and adopt a resolution to make back-in angled parking permanent at Nealon Park frontage and seek direction on vehicular access to Blake Street at Middle Avenue. Here to introduce the item is Senior Transportation Planner Katrine Maki.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Katrine Maki, Senior Transportation Planner with the Transportation Division. Tonight, I'll be presenting the conclusions of the 2 pilot projects that were implemented as part of the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project. We are requesting council action on the Nealon Park parking configuration and direction regarding the future of the Blake Street pilot. I'll begin with a brief overview of the project history and then discuss the evaluation of each pilot before concluding with the actions before council tonight. Before discussing each pilot individually, I'd like to briefly introduce the 2 projects before you tonight. As part of the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project, the city implemented 2 pilot projects. The first involved the Nealon Park frontage parking, where parallel parking pilot was ultimately refined into existing back-in angle parking configuration. The purpose of this change was to increase parking capacity while addressing bicycle and pedestrian conflicts. The second project temporarily restricted vehicular access between Blake Street and Middle Avenue. This pilot was implemented in response to a neighborhood petition that raised safety concerns. I'll now walk through the history and the evaluation of each pilot. Starting with Nealon Park. As part of the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project, buffered bicycle lanes were added along the corridor. That required the Nealon Park frontage parking to be reconfigured so that the bicycle facility and the on-street parking could be safely accommodated. Before October of 2023, the original condition was perpendicular parking and no bicycle lane. Then in the first pilot, that middle image, the parking was converted to parallel parking. And while that included a buffered bike lane, the public feedback identified several recurring operational and safety concerns, including limited driver visibility, parked vehicles encroaching into the bike lane, and increased conflict points between bicyclists, pedestrians, and parked vehicles. Also, there was reduced parking capacity. Staff also observed bicyclists frequently bypassing the intended bicycle lane and created additional unpredictable conflicts. The bottom image shows the refined design, which is the existing back-end angle parking configuration. In response to the concerns identified during the first pilot, staff revised the design to improve the forward visibility for drivers exiting the parking spaces. positioning vehicle doors away from the bicycle lane to reduce dooring conflicts, and this restores parking capacity from 14 to 31 spaces. And the bicycle lane was realigned with the remainder of the corridor to provide a more consistent and predictable path for bicyclists. This refined design is the parking configuration that is before Council tonight. Staff evaluated the parking pilot using collision history, public feedback, operational observations, and commission input. No collisions have been reported along Middle Avenue frontage adjacent to Nealon Park. The survey feedback was mixed. There were supporters that cited the improved visibility for drivers leaving a parking space and supportive of the additional parking capacity. There were also concerns focused primarily on the difficulty of learning how to make this maneuver. Since the survey, the city staff and police department have observed that the incorrect backing into this space has declined significantly. Drivers are increasingly becoming familiar with this movement. Overall, this configuration presents the lowest relative exposure to multimodal conflicts among the alternatives that were evaluated. Based on the evaluation, staff recommends making the existing back-end angle parking permanent. Compared with the other alternatives considered, it provides the best forward visibility when drivers are exiting these parking spaces. It reduces potential conflicts with bicyclists, restores parking capacity, and driver compliance has improved over time. The Complete Streets Commission also recommended concluding the pilot and retaining this configuration. Now I'm going to move to the other pilot project on Blake Street and a quick history. The Blake Street pilot originated from a neighborhood petition expressing concerns about pedestrian visibility, turning conflicts, and cut-through traffic. A rectangular rapid flashing beacon was installed at Middle and Blake's at that intersection. You can see it in the photo on the left side in 2022. And in the same year, Council later approved the temporary vehicular access restriction that which was implemented with removable bollards, while also keeping the road accessible to pedestrian, bicycle, emergency, utility, and local access, because residents can still enter Blake Street from College. At the time these concerns were raised, the neighborhood traffic management program had been on pause. So the request was advanced through the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project. Since then, Council has approved the Slow Streets program, which would now serve as the city's framework for evaluating similar neighborhood traffic calming requests. Staff has evaluated the Blake Street pilot using traffic volume, speeds, collision history, public feedback, and the Complete Streets Commission's recommendation. Beginning with traffic volumes, the temporary vehicular access restriction achieved its intended purpose of reducing traffic on Blake Street. At the same time, the traffic volumes have increased on several nearby neighborhood streets, indicating that some trips are redistributed throughout the surrounding street network. Looking at vehicle speeds were generally either remain the same or decreased on nearby streets. Following the completion of the Middle Avenue traffic calming improvements, Middle Avenue experienced a large reduction in vehicle speeds, and several nearby local streets also saw modest reductions. Regarding the safety, there was one reported collision in May of 2023 at Blake and College, where a driver struck a parked vehicle. There have been no reported collisions along the segment of Middle adjacent to Blake. Public feedback generally supported retaining the temporary vehicular access restriction, and the Complete Streets Commission recommended making the restriction permanent. Overall, staff found that the pedestrian crossing conditions have improved with the installation of the rectangular rapid flashing beacon and the Middle Avenue traffic calming improvements, which include the speed tables, speed cushions, speed feedback signs, and enhanced crosswalks. Vehicle speeds have generally decreased on nearby streets, consistent with the objectives of the Middle Avenue traffic calming project. At the same time, the vehicular access restriction affects neighborhood circulation and creates operational impacts, which, for example, includes the recology collection of trash, recycling, and compost. Based on the current conditions, staff believes that maintaining the vehicular access restriction is more intensive than the types of neighborhood traffic calming measures that would typically be considered under the city's adopted Slow Streets program. As staff completed the pilot evaluation, we also evaluated what would be required should council wish to make the vehicular access restriction permanent. And that process includes a circulation study to evaluate the neighborhood traffic impacts, amendments to the general plan circulation element, and environmental review. Those additional considerations are reflected in the options before council tonight. So, recapping the next steps and the decisions before you tonight. For the parking at Nealon Park, staff recommends that City Council adopt the resolution to make the existing back and angle parking permanent. And for Blake Street, staff is seeking council direction on one of three options. You're seeing three options because as part of the pilot evaluation, staff identified the additional process that would be required should council wish to permanently restrict vehicular access. Those procedural requirements are reflected in the three options. Option 1 would restore vehicular access to Blake Street, and options 2 and 3 just create a different scenario while the circulation study is happening. Option 1 would be to retain the vehicular access while that study is happening. And option 3 would be to restore the vehicular access and then conduct the circulation study. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment, please. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our regular business item L1 related to the Nealon Park frontage and direction on vehicular access for Blake Street, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. We are currently at 3 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment on item L1 related to parking at Nealon Park and vehicle access on Blake. Okay. We are at 4 speakers, and our first speaker will be Michael Barclay, followed by a Jessen.
Hi, this is Michael Barclay. I live in District 5. I drive past the subject area on Middle Avenue frequently to get to El Camino, but I don't live in District 4, which this affects the most. So 2 points. One is I agree that the angled parking should be kept. I think it took people a while to get used to it, but they have by now. And for the reasons the staff has previously explained, I think it improves bicycle safety. Second, Blake Street's a little more complicated. By closing Blake Street, it's helpful to the people who live on Blake Street, but it's harmful to the people who live on College. People like me who are on Middle, eastbound, will often turn right onto University and take College down to El Camino instead of proceeding all the way down Middle. We used to turn right on Blake and go down College. Now we're going all the way down College. So you'll hear complaints perhaps from people who live on College. But if you do something about College, that'll just move people like me over to Partridge and then from Partridge over to Cambridge. So Blake Street closing, all it does is it moves the problem one street over, and then you're going to get more complaints from people on the next street over and the next street over and so forth. So please keep those thoughts in mind when you decide what to do with Blake Street. I don't have a strong opinion on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, looks like we did have one hand lower. So we'll go to Julia, followed by Ashley Callahan.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm here to ask that you make the Blake Street vehicle access restrictions permanent, as was already recommended by the Complete Streets Commission. The issue on Blake has always been about safety, and for me, this issue is deeply personal. A little over 10 years ago, I had a terrifying near miss with a car while pushing my baby in a stroller. And that's when I started first writing to the city asking for safety improvements on Blake. The 2022 pilot came from a neighborhood petition by residents who were similarly concerned about issues like mine. We asked for a safer route to Nealon Park, and this pilot delivered. There are two separate safety issues at play here. First, it was risky to cross Middle Ave to Nealon Park at Blake, and I do feel the light-up crosswalk has successfully de-risked that situation. Personally, I feel it's much safer there. The second issue is conflict on Blake Street itself. It dead ends into Nealon, concentrating pedestrian traffic headed to the park. I've lived on Blake Street for almost 16 years and can confidently say that the street is a stroller superhighway. It's full of people walking and biking and scooting and strolling. It's also a short street with close proximity to El Camino, which makes it a really attractive cut through. The result is that you'll get kids who are super excited that they're close to the park and they're scooting down the middle of a narrow street and they're coming head to head with people who are frustrated by traffic and they're looking for that quick cut through and they're careening off middle onto Blake. It's a risky situation and reopening Blake reintroduces that risk. Community feedback, which if I recall was maybe 70 to 80% positive in favor of keeping Blake closed, both validated that Blake is a major pedestrian thoroughfare and showed that people did feel much safer using Blake as the main access point to Nealon from Allied Arts after it was closed. Now that the pilot has proven we can eliminate these conflicts, this creates a known liability for the city to choose not to do so. Traffic measurement data also showed increased traffic on other Allied Arts streets over the last couple of years. And frankly, it's really disappointing to see that any part of Allied Arts is being used for cut-through traffic. Allied Arts should be designed to support community, not to support commuter convenience. Instead of opting to reintroduce cut-through traffic on a street that has been demonstrated to concentrate pedestrians, we should be looking at creating traffic calming solutions that are specifically tailored to the characteristics of other Allied Arts streets. The Complete Streets Commission looked at the data and recommended a permanent closure. We shouldn't sacrifice safety just because the administrative process to execute on that decision is more cumbersome than previously anticipated. I urge you to keep Blake Street closed and to work towards continued traffic calming measures that benefit our entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ashley Callahan.
Hello, good evening. I would like to say that I agree with the previous comments, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd also like to remember why Blake Street was closed. It is the primary pedestrian connection between Allied Arts neighborhood and Nealon Park. Families use this to reach the park without sidewalks. So this crossing is used every day by children, parents, strollers, cyclists, runners, neighbors walking dogs. I live on Blake and Middle, and I know tons of families on College, all of who are adamantly in favor of keeping the closure of Blake Street. Before the closure, Blake had become a very convenient cut through for drivers trying to avoid traffic on Middle Avenue. Closing it changed the character of the street and of College. It prioritized people over through traffic and created safer, calmer connections to one of our community's most used parks. I've heard some of the arguments that the closure has increased illegal U-turns on Middle Avenue, and I agree that the U-turns are a safety concern and should be addressed, but I don't think reopening Blake Street is the best solution. I think that drivers making U-turns are generally moving slowly from either a stop or a slow, and that doesn't make it safer, but lower speeds generally give drivers and cyclists and pedestrians more time to react. Reopening Blake, on the other hand, would invite this faster moving traffic back into an area that is currently protecting people who are walking and biking. It would reintroduce vehicles into a busy pedestrian passageway where families and children are present throughout the day. Even if reopening Blake Street reduced some U-turns, it could also create a different and potentially much more serious set of safety conflicts. Rather than relying on assumptions, I rewalked Middle Ave today, even though I'm very familiar with all of it, having lived here for 6 years, to better understand what might be contributing to the U-turns. And what I remembered was that all the parking, the angled parking, the main parking lot, is based on the park side of the street. And so drivers driving on the opposite side who don't realize that they've missed all the parking until they've passed may decide to take a U-turn to get back to the available parking. And from what I've observed today and other years of living here is that the U-turns appear to be by drivers trying to return to those parking options. The city has already added signs directing drivers to the parking lot and prohibiting the U-turns, and we appreciate that effort, but several of those signs are difficult to see, and at least 2 of them are completely hidden by tree branches that the drivers cannot see. To me, our very greatest opportunity to improve safety on Middle isn't reopening Blake Street. It's helping drivers find the parking lot before they feel the need to make the U-turn. I also noticed that drivers traveling from University, if you're going from University to El Camino, they might not see the parking lot on their left because the pavement markings don't clearly signal that they're approaching a parking lot entrance. I would encourage the city to really evaluate and whether clearer pavement markings could improve the wayfinding and improve the way that cars can find their way to that entrance and make it more intuitive. Before reopening a street
Excuse me, I'm sorry, you are way over time, I just realized.
Okay, 2 seconds. Before you reopen the street that has been made so much more safe for pedestrians, let's first and foremost.
I'm sorry, you are way over time. Please, we need to move on.
Just work on the visibility of the signs, and then I think we can make both safer. And I'd say, please just retain the.
I'm sorry, this is, you're 1 minute and 17 seconds over. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jessen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. I'll try to save 1 minute and 17 seconds. Dear council members, mayor and vice mayor, and staff, I truly appreciate the time and effort that you have devoted to this case. It's been going on for a lot of years. Let's try to bring it to a closure, and for that, if we can, I would like to thank you. So tonight, we have the opportunity to do so. And I live near Nealon Park. I live on Blake, but please allow me to share a comment from a friend, a dog owner and a cat owner who lives not on Blake, but on College. The Blake Street closure is a very important matter to her, as her cat walks unleashed on its own through our street. She would not want it to compete with UPS delivery vans at 40 miles per hour again. She walks her dog to the dog park at Nealon. Her pets very much are in favor of making the Blake Street closure permanent. Cats and dogs want it. They deserve it more than anyone, although they are not allowed to vote or have a say at city council. However, I would also like to say that unlike previous discussions of bike paths, which I very much are in favor of, the idea of making the present street closure permanent costs absolutely nothing to Menlo Park. It sets an example that other neighborhoods can pick up on and move forward from. So please make the motion now, bring this to the right outcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you, and thank you to all the public commenters. So I'd now like to open for City Council questions and discussion. Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Since if I recall, I expressed the greatest skepticism to the back-end parking. I'm generally supportive. It seems like that there certainly was a rough patch there. But when I go by, most cars seem to be backed in mostly straight. I know we got a CCIN email where someone said that like people were like going in head first, or they saw that a lot. You certainly see that, but it seems like most people are backing in. And so I'm supportive, again, as someone who was supportive of making it permanent, as someone who was skeptical that this would actually work out. Regarding the Blake Street.
Actually, let's go through, thank you.
Okay.
Let's go through and discuss Nealon, and
Okay.
then we'll go through Blake Street.
Okay.
So I'm hearing Councilmember Taylor is supportive of Nealon. Yes, I think we have unanimous that Nealon is to support Nealon. So now, please go ahead with Blake Street.
No, on Blake, I was like, I would like to hear from my colleagues because I don't really know if I have like a strong opinion that would divert from the status quo, but partly I'm giving the status quo a certain amount of deference because it's the status quo. So again, that's what I was going to say. It'd be great to hear from my colleagues.
So I actually would like to ask staff a few questions, and that is basically, now that we know that we have to do a circulation study, amend the general plan, and do an environmental report, what does that look like? That does not sound like, how burdensome is that?
So I think you've heard me say that we are understaffed. We have vacancies. So indeed, the extra steps of figuring out, getting a consultant on board, prioritizing this effort, making sure that we would have to return to you all with the funding needs to do all of it. It does mean that we would have to put other projects on delay. So right now, we're currently working on assessing all the slow street requests that we have, the batching, so that we can initiate the designs. We also have Middlefield and Willow, which we have the consultant on board on. And then you just earlier heard the presentation on Willow Class 4. And we have many other projects. So it does mean that something will have to be delayed for us to be able to prioritize this effort, and then also to return to you with a request for funding for the assessments.
And is it possible to just leave it status quo as temporary and move on?
I think it's your discretion to assess how long a pilot will remain in place. I think we do have the challenge that technically, right, at the end of the day, we do need these assessments to be able to say this will stay here for the long term.
I will just say, if we can just keep status quo, I'm good. If we have to start pulling staff away from other projects, that concerns me. So, Councilmember Combs.
I mean, could you do something where, since it's a pilot, there is like a regular check-in to renew the pilot or to provide resourcing to make the pilot permanent? And so I would say something like this has to come to the council, I don't know, every 3 months or every 6 months, I don't know what, but some cadence where it's like, we haven't just defaulted to the fact that something we know is temporary and need certain studies to make it permanent. We're just going to like sort of, ignore that fact. But then also recognizing that at the moment, the mayor does not want to pull resourcing that would kick us off to making the pilot more permanent. And I would share her. I mean, the extent to which you said other things have to drop, I'd share it. But it isn't. At some point, we've got to make a decision. Like at some point, we've got to actually start a process to make it, if that is the will of the council, to make it permanent.
Vice Mayor Wise.
I'll just say I'm in support of option 2 because it seems like that will not pull staff, hopefully, but I'm looking at staff to correct me if I'm wrong. Since, we're just leaving the temporary ballards as they are. while we conduct the circulation study. And then, but I thought, but we have to do the circulation. Oh, sorry.
Actually, can you please clarify whether this, my understanding was that the circulation study then requires a consultant funding, staff time, and that leads into amending the general plan and an environmental study?
Correct. And I think what I heard Councilmember Combs note is maybe a hybrid option where we retain your direction, if you agree, would be for us to conduct these studies, but to assess when we can actually do so without currently delaying the projects that are in the queue.
Okay, I apologize for my confusion, but yes, that I'm in agreement with Councilmember Combs then.
Want to say that? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I support the direction council's going in on this item.
So essentially it would stay as a temporary pilot until a time comes when it would not pull resources from other projects.
And if I would say guidance on the time limit, because that will be important, we have certain milestones. We can definitely come back in a few months. We also have in May, the study session, but that really is prolonging it. So we would be looking at your direction to see, reassess staffing levels and capacity in perhaps the next 3 to 4 months.
If I may weigh in, let me kind of go on the outer end to kind of say, like, at some point in time, the city will need to update its circulation element of the general plan. So I think at that point in time, if we're still in pilot mode, this would definitely be a candidate for something that would be folded into that overall circulation element update. At this point in time, I have I'm not even going to speculate on when that might happen. But at some point in time, the circulation elements should be updated. So between now and then, I would say the 3 to 4 months might be a little too soon. I would be thinking more like 6 to 12 months. I'd almost say like annual reviews of the pilot to kind of see how we're going with the staffing and capacity. So if that, I'm also looking at the public works director and kind of looking at the council, if like annual check-ins might be a way of handling this. If anybody thinks it should be shorter than that.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, if staff's okay with a year, I'm okay with a year, and I think they're so that's fine with me. I think my only question is there some, for lack of a better phrase, legal liability that comes with having something that's temporary out there for like until this larger circulation element at some day in the future. But again, I'm fine with whatever works for staff, to be honest.
Yeah, and without trying to address it directly, maybe I'll address it indirectly. Continue to be in pilot mode. There's going to be the need to renew. So there's always the opportunity for it to come back to the city council for reallocation of resources or to reopen. So I think you can kind of address that issue through other means.
Thank you. I will just note, I thought that the staff report, especially with the volumes, was really, really helpful in noting that in 2023, before the closure, Blake was getting 166 cars daily, is very low, but it's working. It's not, I'm in favor of moving ahead this way. So do you need a motion that we approve? I'm sorry, please.
We need a motion on the parking, the resolution on that. And then in terms of Nealon, in terms of Blake, it's the direction for us to come back a year from now and present the assess capacity and assess the funding needs to work on the circulation study.
Yes.
Just a real quick question on the parking. Have we given or issued any tickets for people parked head first? Because I know when we first did this, you guys promised me that you weren't going to give any tickets. And then I saw a Facebook post where the police department said they were going to start giving tickets. And so
They said they were going to start giving tickets.
But
I'm not aware of any tickets.
Okay.
But they did, I do think they did some sort of warning. They were out there helping us to do the education aspect of it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
And thank you so much for there have been many additional signs. I know there's been a concerted effort to get people parking in back and to be aware of that. And that's, I think, been very valuable. There is definitely, more signs. People might see more, but there's also a limit as to how many signs just make it too busy. I think you've struck a very good balance at this point. Thank you. All right. So we need to get a motion and a second.
And Mayor Nash, before we do take the vote, by acclamation, are we extending the meeting past 11 p.m.? Thank you. Okay, so and now with that, we can do the motion for the Nealon parking.
Thank you. I will go ahead and move.
Thank you.
Councilmember Combs, did you have a, okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Nash and a second by City Council Member Taylor to adopt a resolution as recommended by the Complete Streets Commission to make back-in angled parking permanent at Nealon Park. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with City Council Member Schmidt absent. Thank you.
Thank you for all your work on this in Middle Avenue generally. Informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, M1, City Council agenda topics, M2, an update on the internal controls assessment report, or M3, an update to the housing element RENA capacity, progress, and project schedule for development on parking plazas 1, 2, and 3. And M4, update on the City Council work plan. If you are in person, please return a speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items, M1 through M4. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Are there any comments or anything on the informational items from council? No. All right, then we move to the city manager report with City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, Mayor, I have no updates this evening.
Thank you. City council member reports. Any reports from city council members since the June 23rd city council meeting? Vice Mayor Wise.
Just want to give a really quick shout out to Jennifer Masso and our events team. I believe she said we had 3,000 people attend our July 4th event. And then we had our first summer concert this past week. And I was absolutely amazed how many people attended, and everyone looked so happy. So huge thank you to our events team. I know it's a lot of work, but everybody please come out and support our summer events.
All right. Did you others? Okay. I also wanted to give a shout out to staff for the annual advisory body training and appreciation. That was well attended and a very fun event. And then I had a Westlight Energy, used to be Peninsula Clean Energy, Board of Directors meeting, and we passed a budget of $316 million, of which $297 million is the cost of energy. And we set rates using the rate stabilization fund because of it's called a PCIA rate that's out of our control. That's with PG&E. Anyway, the rates are now set at 5% below PG&E rates. It used to be 10%. It is still at a reduction to PG&E rates. So that is all, and we are now adjourned. Thank you so much.